What's up? Hi. I don't know. I don't. I have no idea. It's me. Yeah, face. I used to stream with my face, but then I decided to do VTubing, and then I was into VTubing, and I tried it, and it was hard, and it like wasn't my cup of tea. Milky, how are you? How are you? I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, it's is your VTuber model? It still exists. It still exists. But I just I don't think I have the personality to back up the VTuber model. And like there's so much content that I can't do as a VTuber. Oh. Hi. I am. It's me, I'm back. I'm back with my face. It's yeah. Yeah. My VTubing days out the window. Maybe I'll bring it back for the karaoke stream if I do a karaoke stream, because I don't know. I don't know what I look like when I sing, and it might look kind of jank, and a VTuber model might help then. But for now, it's gonna be just face things. But yeah, what's it called? Guy redeemed the wheel spin, right? So I prepared a wheel. I don't even know what's on it. I just found it, and I was like, all right. And I like clicked it a couple times. There wasn't anything that like would get me kicked off of Twitch. So yeah, there's so many things on here. I don't know what it is. It's a big, isn't it? I can barely read this. Anyways, I don't know what I'm gonna get. I really hope it's not something that'll like share a secret. What's a secret that like nobody really knows? Hold on, I have to think. Do I have a crush? No, because I'm married. But like, technically you can, but like nothing serious. You know? But like it's like a fan kind of thing. Superman, yeah. No, yeah, look. High five. I think I moved the camera. Yeah. What? Okay, I still have to think of a secret because I don't have anything off the top of my head because I didn't like go through this beforehand. See? Yeah. You can have. Yep. You can have legal crushes. Respectable, honestly. You know. Okay, I still have to think of a secret because I literally don't have anything off the top of my head. Let's see if there's, okay, is there something weird that I do? I like the okay, I kind of like the taste of like hot dog and maple syrup because it kind of reminds me of like a McGriddle. Is that yeah? I don't think anybody knows that. Cause okay, but the thing is, I won't just throw it on a like an actual like hot dog on a bun, but I like cut up hot dog to put in ramen, and I was like, yo, this is way too savory, right? Too much, because it was ramen and like it's hot dog and then like other savory things. So it's like, what if I put maple syrup? Like I dip it in maple syrup, and it wasn't that bad. I can kind of vouch for it. I can eat the weirdest food combinations. Like I remember when I was, this is so Canadian, but I'm not from Canada. I'm not even close to Canada. I'm actually South US, bro. I'm a North Carolinian. Yeehaw. But think that'd be cool. Then we can all get free healthcare, and I don't have to deal with this expensive healthcare. But I can eat really weird stuff together. Because I remember once I went to the face. Dude, you were here when I was still using a face. What's up, dude? How you doing? It's back. I'm back to the original me with my facial expressions. It's been a while. It has. It really has. I tried VTubing. I really thought that I would like it because of like the anonymity of it, and I really thought that there was like the community, like there's like the VTubing community, and it'd be like super duper cool. Like some people are really cool, but every day I get on Twitter, and like I look through like just social media, and it's like it feels like either one, people are being really nice. And like it's like they are nice. They're just being nice to be nice. 2, they're being nice for clout. 3, there's drama. Hey, what's up, dude? Oh, 17 months, my guy. Well, you got a sub, so I gotta spin this wheel. Alright, what's in? Stand on the lawn. I don't have a lawn. I don't even know how it goes. Hold up. I'll stand back here though. I don't even know how. All I know is it's. Hold up. Wait, I'm in the wrong side. All I know is that it goes Baba Black Sheep. That's it. I'll just say it like 5 times straight. How about that? Baba Black Sheep. Baba Black Sheep. Baba Black Sheep. Baba Black Sheep. And yo, no, dude. Oh crap. Okay. Okay. One more spin. Let's go, dude. No way, dude. I wasn't expecting this. Jump on. Oh, this is gonna be, yo, this is dangerous. I do not advise you to do this. Oh god, I don't have a bed in this room. Oh good luck. I can touch the roof. Hold up. What? Oh, wait, no, I don't have an upstairs neighbor. What's up? Oh god. Alright, I did it. Oh crap, I don't even know what I just did. I think I like turned off one of my monitors. Oh Jesus Christ. What's happening? My monitors are exploding now. It was a mistake putting it. It's only 50 points for like today. And I'm gonna increase it by 50 for the next stream, and eventually I'm gonna cap it out at like 200 or something. Something like that. Alright, another spin. Plus the cooldown is lower today. Because of my face. What happened to my wheel? Where'd it go? Oh, it's over here. Hello? Okay. Spin the bad boy. Treat the, oh, I can't. I would treat the dog. I would treat the dog, but my wife took the dog out to go buy treats. So, you know, I guess my wife's doing it. Okay, what did I get? Yell and act out the first sentence that comes to your mind. You can look at the bed. It's that dog bed. What happened to my screen? Dude, my monitors are exploding. All right, here. I'm supposed to act out something. I thought of this like, it's the first thing you think about, right? I can't even see what my camera looks like. All right. Oh shit. Oh, I hit her makeup. It's over for me. I'm gonna die. All I thought was a roll, bro. All I could think of is a roll. Dog cam? Dude, I would show you a dog cam if I had the dog. Oh crap. Okay, she didn't need that makeup anyways. Wicked bro, thank you. I tried my best. Oh, I was thinking about there's a VTuber. You probably know her. It's called the VTuber's name is Fillion, and she just does flips. And people like pay money, and she'll flip for them. As a VTuber, she uses like her whole like full body rig. It's really cool. And like I would if I was rolling in the dough, and if I wasn't in an apartment that would allow, because there's neighbors downstairs. But it's okay. Eventually, I'm gonna get a place that doesn't have neighbors downstairs, and I'll do a flip. Cool, and on stream. Yeah. Time, dude. My hair is so long now. I have to like put it to the side, otherwise it'll just be in my face. Ooh. I don't know them, but cool. Yeah. I don't even actually like really follow her. She just pops up on my like my YouTube, and I'm just like, oh, it's a clip. All right, might as well look at this. Posture check. You can actually see me posture check now. Amen. All right, I'm gonna go back to just chatting so that I don't have to like try to lean and like stay within the frame because it's like this big. Ooh, I can sit back in my chair. When I was VTubing and I sat too far back in my chair, my like camera couldn't catch me, and then my model would just be, and then I'd be like, ah, I have to move, and then I have to get up, and then my model would be like. A lot of VTubers on my recommended for some reason, not complaining. Ain't nothing wrong with VTubers. VTubers are great, especially the ones that really feel themselves and can like really get into character. But I didn't really have a character. I was just me, but you couldn't see me do stupid things behind the camera because it'd just be a model. But now you can see me do stupid things. Eventually I'm gonna rate things. Ooh, look, let me show you one of the ideas that I had. All right, hold on, give me a second. So I went to the Asian market the other day, right? And I was just buying food because I need to buy food to eat and make stuff. And like, I found these wrap snacks. It's like chips, but rappers themed. Look. I'm gonna buy like all of them on Amazon, and I'm just gonna rate them on stream one day. It's gonna be great. This one is Migos. This is sour cream with a dab of ranch, bro. It's such genius marketing, and probably not even like legal or something. They probably didn't sign off on it, but it's an Asian market. Like the Chinese don't care. They have their own copyright laws that they don't really care about. But yeah, I'm gonna rate that on stream one day. And I had another idea where I was gonna like eat some really spicy wings or something, and it'd be interesting, I guess. Maybe eat spicy wings and like read a script or something. I don't know. We'll figure that out eventually. Oh, the other day, I don't know why, I was getting my car inspected, and across the street there was a board game shop, right? And so I was like, I went in just to like just to mess around before I like got my car got finished inspected, and I went in and I saw these. Bro, look, it's dice. It's like Dungeons and Dragons dice, and like I have literally no use for them because I don't play Dungeons and Dragons or anything that uses these dice. But I really wanted some, and so yeah. I'm saying, dude, They're so cool. It's not even like only one kind of dice. Bro, look. See, this one is the 20-sided dice. Let's see what I roll. Okay. I'm gonna roll it. I'm gonna see if I nat d20 or something. Right here. Dang it, it's off the screen. It was 2. I would have failed the skill check. Alright, and this one, I saw it on Yu-Gi-Oh! Once. I think it's like a goat hoof, that dice that used to be, I mean, back then, all the way back. No, the goat hoof one is this one. This one has more sense. Let's see what I roll for this one. Too bad. Wolfie! How's it going? How's it going? Hi. I'm a flesh tuber now. Hold on, I'm trying to roll a dice real quick. I got 30 out of 90. Dude, I'm low rolling. Might as well low roll now than later. That you know what I mean? How you doing, Wolfie? Hope you're doing all right today. I have transitioned into the life of a regular boring human being. You know, I didn't have it in me to be a good VTuber. I understand my faults, my weaknesses and strengths, and emotion behind it. Like, I just wasn't good at conveying emotions and stuff. But with FleshTube, you can see my emotions. How you doing? I'm doing good. I was excited for this. I was kind of scared. I don't know why, because I used to stream with a camera. But from now on, I'm gonna put a lot more effort in my streams. You know. I thought you were at the library today. I was like, I wonder if she's at the library getting her work done like a good student. Good student. That's you. Proud of you. Love the shirt. Thank you. This is like one of my only nice shirts. Bro, it's not even paired with nice pants, bro. Look, I'm wearing joggers. Ooh. Not a good student. Cap. A bad student would just go home and play video games and not go to the library. That was me. Actually, false. I didn't even go home to play video games. I played Roblox on the school computers. And my friend was in the same class. She was like, yo, you need to get your work done. And I was like, but I'm doing this obstacle course. Waddle! My guy, how you doing today? That's one of my favorite people right there. How you doing? How you doing? I'm back with the face. I don't know why. I wasn't even into Roblox before college, and then I guess that was one of the only games that I could play in college, because all of the rest of them were like blocked, right? And so I played Roblox and I was like, this is a banger. You're good. You're good. Good. I'm glad. Do you plan? Are you planning on streaming more? Because I know like a bunch of the homies have come back into it recently. Waiting for that, bro. Waddle has been waiting for me to just run his fade for a hot minute now. And you know, that's violence. I love your hair. Thank you. It's getting really long. Typically I wear it like this, something like this without the part. But because it's getting so long, I have to get a part. Otherwise, it'll just be in my eyeballs the whole time. Streaming tonight. Nice. I need the violence, bro. That's dangerous. Check yourself. You get wrecked by something that is not, that you wouldn't want to get wrecked by. You know, but super exciting. This is very exciting. Ah, crap. My dice. I love them things. I have a wolf cut. That's respectable. Bro, This thing is growing long. Look. What? Oh, this. Look. Too long. I'm trying to like let it get long enough so I can put it in a ponytail, and then that'd be super cool. No. And you have I do have D&D dice, but the funny thing is I don't have D&D. I literally don't. I went to a board game shop. I was like, these are nice, and then I bought them. I'm a very impulse buyer. I typically like stay away from spending money, but like when I'm in it, like when I really want something, I'll like just throw money at it. You DM? I don't. All right, spin the wheel. All right, we're going back to the wheel. All right, let's see what this is. Please don't make me look like a fool. I beg of thee. Please tell the group your fears. Oh, this is like a deep one, bro. Okay. Like for real, my one of my biggest fears is like just being like forgotten, I guess. Like that was one of my biggest fears as a kid, where like one day you would wake up and nobody remembers you, and you fears give me true facts. I ain't trying to fade nobody, but one of my biggest fears was that everybody would forget about me, and then like I just fade away into obscurity, and then I would just die, right? And then like nobody would remember that. There'd be like no memory of me. I remember watching Clannad. It's an anime that's like really sad, and like the stuff that made everybody else cry, I was sad, but I didn't like cry. But like the first couple of episodes, there's a girl that like is friends with everybody, and all of a sudden nobody remembers her, and that shit made me cry, bro. I was actually so sad. Like my cousin was playing video games next to me, and I was just huddled in the blanket, right? And I was just crying, and he was like, "You good, man?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm fine." It was devastating. See, I knew I'd regret putting these. I knew I would regret putting these. I knew I would regret everything. How many is it? I think it's 10. I'm pretty sure it's 10. All right. Oh, I hate you. Oh. No burpees command? Dude, do you think I'm about to sit here and do some burpees? You out your goddamn mind. You can catch me doing no burpees. I need a second webcam. I need a second webcam for this. I need something to I'm just doing this on regular ass floor. Hold up. This is better, I think. 3 4 I gotta weight over here on my feet. It's so hard doing sit-ups without a weight under your foot. I forgot count, so I'm gonna say 4 because I remember saying 4. 5 6 I feel like I'm rising from the dead, dying all over again. 7 8 9 10 Dude, I need to put a longer cooldown on these or something. I totally forgot that you could just redeem exercises that are separate from each other. Dude, Alright, listen here, you little shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can jack. 9. What do you mean we, bro? It's me. Me getting jacked. Make me do all this exercise. I'll rehydrate afterwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't with the comments. I forgot count. I remember saying 6. So 6, 7, 8, 9. Dude, I'm gonna die. 10. I can't. Dude, why was the right arm harder? Holy cow. Oh, my neck. Oh, my bones. Hold on, I gotta get something to drink. Alright. I ain't never gonna catch me dehydrated ever again, bro. I got a whole Capri Sun. If I can get out this box, bro. Yo, this weight training got me fucked up. This is the final boss. Oh, wow. Where's the agua? In the fridge. I mean, this kind of counts, no? This is Pacific cooler from the Pacific. 40 pouches. Oh, the whole pack has, like, the whole set has 40 pouches. Oh, open. It's time. There's water in this. Yeah, there's water in this. Ah, you can see me stretch. I forgot about that. Okay. Oh, it's my eyeball. My hair. Okay, let me stretch first. Oh, this shirt kind of. Alright, that's the stretch. I'm a little baby that only drinks Capri Sun. Like 5%. Oh, it's close. Like 5% juice. This tastes like the Pacific. Banging. I can't even taste the cherry. It just tastes like refreshment. It's okay, I drank like 3 times the amount that I would normally drink. So the water content adds together, it makes one water. Modern problems require modern solutions. Have you tried Overwatch 2? No, but I've been asked, but I have not had time to play Overwatch 2. I bought this new board game. Hold up, I gotta tell you, because this is why I don't have time to do anything else. I bought this new board game. It's called Arkham Horror. It's a story, it's a deck building story RPG tabletop. This thing is banger, bro. Actually, so far. Hold up. I have to open the box. You can, I don't know if you can hear me shaking this, but it is opening. Look, it comes with a nice pouch. Oh. That's it. That's the whole game. It's a pouch. No, but it's so fun. I can show you cards. Here, I'll show you some cards. Just because I like you guys. I I see eat a piece of dog or cat food. I'm excited to Where? Hold up. Hold up. I mean, I'll have to do it, but dang, bro. You'll never get there. There's too many spins. Look, these cards. You like play classes. Yeah, each character like has class cards, and you like do skill rolls, and it's super fun. And like I'm terrible at explaining games, but it's super fun. And like totally recommend, and it just takes hours of your time, and I don't shut up about it, and my wife gets mad at me because I talk too much about it. But it happens to the best of us. The dog is home now. I can give the dog a treat. Spin the oh my god. This thing is going on cooldown. Alright, let me spin the wheel. And then it's the dog. Hold up. Let me spin the wheel and then I'll do the dog thing. Oh fuck, bro. What is up with this? Yo, you can't win a prediction, but you can win this? This ain't okay, I'm going. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Oh shit. Okay, so this is the treat that I'm gonna give her. And this is her dog food. Alright, Maisie, we're about to pop it together. Let's go. Alright, where's the dog? Maisie. Wait. Oh, they gotta see me, I guess. I'll sit on the floor. Yeah, no, wrong side. That's my food. This is my, I mean, you're my, I mean, food. Maisie, come here. You want a treat or nah? I don't love you. Oi. Okay, no, this one's yours. No, this one's yours. Yo, this one's mine, bro. Here, you take this one, and then I'll eat this one. I'm drinking Capri Sun. Yeah. Lord in heaven. Yeah, you got gourmet shit. Amen. Amen. Oh, it's terrible. Yeah, she got a treat. Hold up, I gotta break out the good stuff. I gotta wash this shit out. Alright. How does it taste? Does it taste yummy? Low key, it tastes like nothing. It tastes like nothing. It tastes like unfortunate nothing. I'm drinking this. Mango nectar. This stuff is definitely not healthy. Hey, you want a TikTok out of that? Oh, Doodle. Oh man, this has not been redeemed in a minute, bro. What do you want? It's gonna be a quick one. Cause it's a Doodle. I feel like something just got played. Did something just get played? Did I get played? Oh, I can still taste it in my mouth. It tastes like slight nothingness. Okay, what do you want me to doodle? Dude, I can't believe that spin actually got... Dude, what is up with that? How? Let's get... I'll draw your doggo, bet. Alright. Here, let me get a Clip Studio. Oh. Nothing was so dry. It was like eating a piece of like dry like mud. That's the consistency I would think of. Or maybe like the edge of a brownie, but not sweet. It's terrible. Alright, hold up. I'm pulling up. I did not expect a doodle. I'm gonna be real with you, I did not expect a doodle. Clip Studio Paint. So here. Boom, alright. So doodle of a dog, alright? So this is her head. We'll make her face this way. Body. Tail. Her leg. Foot. Other leg. And her other foot. Her other leg, and then her other foot. Oh my god, why is that thing so large? Oh my god, it's becoming a dog. Ooh. Ahem. Woof. It's hiding your... I know, but I didn't actually set up for an art tab. So I had to pull up the old asset. Then let's actually put... Thank you. Thank you. It's because she's always all up in my face that I know exactly what she looked like. Oh. What's the... Wait, what? The what? Actually, thank you. Thank you. Your boy's an artiste? It's cap. I'm not an artiste. You can tell because all of my emotes look like they've been drawn by different people. And I'm colorblind. I'm down half of an artist. What do you call it? Noir? That filter? Oh god, I still think I have dog food in my tooth. In the crevices. But on the other hand, this is 20% juice. 20 of them. Absolute juicer. Doesn't mean I get 20% of my vitamin C for the day. So I can just drink 5 of these cans and I'm good. I think that's the math. I could be wrong, but you know. Pretty sure I'm not. Your boy's got a chemistry degree that you can't use for anything. Sips tea. Alright. Dang. Dude, this chat is covering my face half the time. I need to like figure it out. Honestly. What if I just put it over here? Right? Boom. What's my favorite chemical? Either carbon or oxygen. Oxygen. Because oxygen looks cool when you connect it with other molecules, and carbons are just really easy to remember. All of the everything, all the base carbons are just is. Dude, if I had to do carbons, I mean, I had to do any other elements in a molecule, whatever. You couldn't catch me. Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for the era. Your favorite molecule? Benzene. I'll show you what it looks like. I think it's cool because it's like symmetrical. Benzene looked like this. Benzene looked like this. Woo, 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 woo. That's it. It's just a hexagon with 3 lines in it. Oh, so cool. Wow. Symmetry. Oh, your boy's stretching. Yo, this shirt is not rated to stretch. I don't think this shirt is rated for a stretch. But you know we're gonna do it anyways. Oh crap, 10 seconds. Dude, you have this on a timer, bro. Where was these credits? Bro, weren't you broke on credits? What happened? Ask one of your toys to marry you. Alright, let's find my nearest. That's not my toy, that's your toy. Yeah. I ain't gonna marry somebody else's toy. What's up with that, bro? That's infidelity. I bought this bad boy from a con, bro. It's Meta Knight, but naked. Alright. Naked Meta Knight, will you take my hand? Make me the happiest man on earth? Oh, shit. Please. Ta-da! And now we're married. Damn, that's all it took, bro. Maisie, come here and officiate this shit. Up, 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 up. All this. Yeah, that's my house now. Whoa. Okay, I gotta throw it somewhere that she won't eat it. Okay, here. Get pets, right? Alright, leave me alone for a second. I gotta speak with the people. Okay, man, I heard it. What's up with your ears, bro? How did you know? How you know I'm capping? Hmm? You're not even in the same room. Where are you really? Are you in my closet? Are you behind my blinds? Are you under my chair? 8 more minutes. Dude, what do you have it on? Like a stopwatch? What if you pay somebody to tell you every time 10 minutes goes by? That's like a flex, no? Instead of setting your own timer, you pay somebody to set a timer for you. I think that's I think that's called a secretary. Yo. That's a flex. Yeah, if you have a secretary, that's kind of a flex. Like a personal one. Not like a company one. A personal one. A program. I mean, but it's not really a flex, right? If you use a program. Unless you like code your own program. Because then everybody can use the program. That's infidelity. Like 1,000, I'm just greedy. Wait, did you guys see this? I'm pretty sure y'all saw it. Did they? I don't remember if I switched it over to the other screen. But here it is. I don't remember if you saw it, but you still have this? Yeah. Yeah, what color do you want? If so, then red. Alright, you're gonna get the closest thing to red I can see. Kinda nice. I think this is red. It's on the red side. Could be orange. I look like the mad face. The mad emoji. For 500 smackaroons, you make me see in a different color, I guess. I don't know. I thought it was blood, bro. If I don't know how it would get blood so uniformly through the room, bro. Like you'd have to probably punch somebody so hard they vaporize, and then the room might be red all around. What if you could? What if you could punch somebody so hard they vaporized? Just and then just you didn't even hear it. You just saw it. You felt it. You experienced it. Tragedy. Yo, I can double fist a Capri Sun and a juice. That was so terribly logistically. So terrible logistically. Like I didn't get any Capri Sun. Okay, I had to start with the Capri Sun first until the juice is almost at the straw, and then I drink. It don't even taste that good. It just tastes like watered down this, because this is sweeter than this. Ooh. Hit someone so hard they vape. They just start blowing smoke rings. Still at campus? Oh, that's tragic. That's tragic. What are you doing? Are you doing work? Are you actually getting your education? Good stuff. Proud of you. Actual. It's. You're doing great. I'm cheering for you. Here, I'll drink to that. Banging. Yeah, good taste. Is that mango? Yes, it is mango flavored. 4 minutes. 4 of them? All 4? And then what? Dude, here. Try to. Okay, actually, no, never mind. I was about to say, try to guess the next one and see if you actually get it. But you wouldn't know. That'd be crazy though. If you got 2 in a row, kiss all of your luck for the next 3 years goodbye. Poll for the next one? What do you mean poll for the next one? Oh, you wanna guess? Alright, so like the poll will be, will Guy get it right? And then it's literally 1 in like 1,000. All right. Say less, bro. No, it's not poll. Prediction. It's a prediction. Better prediction. Will Guy guess the wheel spin? Yes. No. You got how many more minutes do we have? We have 3 minutes. So I'll put it on 2 minutes. 2-minute prediction. Good luck. If you want to gamble, bro, gambling is like your worst skill. I don't think. Have you won yet? Yo, how? Wow, wow. Wait. How you gonna bet against yourself? That's literally rigging the game. He said, "Put it up, put it up." It won twice out of like 10 times. Honestly, that's respectable. That's respectable. Most of the time, you go against me in any game. You'll always be like, "Soup's gonna die." Dang, dude, what you are throwing money at just dude, this is like a pyramid scheme. No, it's not a pyramid scheme. It's like when people like Elon Musk hyped the fuck out of Dogecoin and got a ton of people to buy it and then sold it and made a ton of money and everybody else like got screwed. That's what you just did. That's what you did to him. You were like put up the bets. Faith, hope, I believe, and then you're like, not a mito. You have to make a guess. You actually, you have to make a guess. Something that could be true. That could be on this wheel. And then we'll spin for it. You're Elon Musk, true. That's a fact. Guy is Musk. 30 seconds left. You have to make a guess on what would. Otherwise, I can't like do this poll or this prediction. What do you think the wheel's gonna land on? I'll pay you 50 Bitcoin for more channel, more dog. That. I really hope you failed this one, bro. That last dog food was not it. I had to chew it too. I felt like it was cheating if I just like popped it and swallowed it like a pill. Oh. No bueno. Not exciting for the heart. Not exciting for the soul. Ooh. Gross. If it goes to dog food, I'll triple your rewards. Actually, no, I'll times 10 it. God. Alright, who's redeeming it? Is somebody redeeming it? It's time. Who need point? It's 150 to get it, but if you win, it's 10 times the winning. So it's like 1 in 5. I mean, not really, because statistically, he'll probably fail it. Oh crap. How many? No, it's not a. I mean, you can pay bids if you really wanted to. I'll set it at like 50 bits if you really want to. And the 50 bits, it bypasses the cooldown. So I'll just spin it if you just, like, if you want. But you don't have to. Okay, oh, wait, hold up. I can spin it again, though. If you want me to, because you guys didn't see it. Ask the trainers to correct you or your imaginary friend. Yeah, I feel like that's not even, like, interesting. Maisie! No. Yeah, I'll oh, crap! Yo, he hit it! Once more, okay. Okay, I'll spin twice. Once for Guy. What's the gayest thing?
Go again.
I played the Pocky game with my friend once. Cause we were just at a party, and like, dude, so you're gonna no shot you're doing this on my life, bro. Okay, I played the Pocky game with one of my dude friends, and like, let's just say there was no Pocky at the end because we were really dedicated to our craft. Not because of anything sus, of course, but because we were dedicated in winning the game. Dude, I can't do this. You can't do this to me, bro. Alright, so that's what, 4 spins? Oh god, that's one of your toys. I already did that. I'll spin it again because I've already done that. I feel bad. Pretend that one of your friends is a horse. What does that mean? One of you guys? Him, you're a horse now. Let's go. Let's go on a ride. Staple. I mean, what do you call those? A horse show where you like run around on a horse and they like start they start prancing and stuff. Hold up, I can find it. Hold up. YouTube. It's called Horse Doing the Crip Walk. hold up. The producer. I have to. Oh god, we'll go here and then we'll turn on the window. Wait, no, that's the wrong window. Hey, I'll just do it. Ahem. I just really want to show you the horse doing the crip walk. It's not even like that interesting, but I just really wanted to show you guys. Hold up. Oh, that's the wrong screen. Oh, dude, my stream was not prepared to show crip walking horses. That's the wrong one. That's definitely the wrong one. Oh, it's this one for sure. Okay. Look.
Dudes to pull some clips from the Olympics, and we don't know what sport it is or what event it has to do with. We'll watch it and we'll call it like we see it.
You know, I'm down for that. So let's do a cold call. Horses, I like this. This is equestrian.
This is
They call
prancing.
They call this equestrian.
By the
Equestrian.
way, look at that horse.
Did you? Oh, the horse crip walking, cuz. You see that? Oh, that's it. That's gangsters of mother. Hey! Oh, cuz.
That's you, Hammy. That's gonna be you.
Look at this, cuz. Oh, come on, man. This horse is off the chain. I gotta get this in a video, cuz.
Oh, you
Oh, my.
I don't know why. I heard horse and that's the first thing that I thought of. I just thought of a horse doing the crib walk. Yeah, but yeah, Ham. We're what is it? Equestrian? You gonna do tricks, and we gonna win a gold medal. Amen, sister. All right. So what was that? What was that one spin? Dude, I need a tally mark with these amounts. Dude, I was expecting to just hit one every couple minutes. So I did. I don't remember what I did. Okay, horse. Horse. All right. 4 more. We'll just do 4 more. Forget about it. All right. I'm gonna have my fingers up so that I remember. Play your favorite song. Do I have a favorite song right now? And this part of the stream is definitely getting muted. Oh, Gay and Hort. Yeah, Gay and Hort. Okay. So I have 3 left. Gay and Hort. Dude, what is that sound? Out of context, that could be taken the very wrong way. I'm feeling okay. I don't know why, but I'm really into this song right now. It's called Fantasy by Kai Dreams. Do I have ad block? We're just stating it. No, shot. What's up with you, bro? I'm gonna need you to figure this out.
And did I ever get to tell you what you meant to me? And did you know that you were always like a fantasy? And are you off to see the
Okay, wait, 3 more. Is it 3 more? No, two more, because I did.
Yeah, will you ever find yourself inside a fantasy? And did you ever find the love in you found in me?
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to do that. I googled it and it was too much. It was too hard for me.
And will I see you down the road wherever that may be? Well, if I do, I'll tell you that you were my fantasy. I suppose it's nice to know that there's so much left to go. But as seasons start to change, my feelings may
It's just an OBS? Oh, okay.
But I'll never forget
Did I
all the
add?
ease you put me in. Oh, the sun will start to set as the leaves rise in the wind. And amidst a sea of red, I'll think of the words you said.
Okay, that's like almost 2 minutes. All right, so I have 2 more. Two more. They spelled favorite wrong, but I picked that up too late. I just flicked. Two. Donate your turn to someone else. I'll donate to this next fucking spin, bro. Alright, what kind of training should I do? I don't even know what... Oh, where's the wheel? Oh, I'm so sorry. It's pretend to do a training montage. But what am I training? All right, pick something and I'll figure it out real quick. Ooh, I'll figure it out real quick. More sit. All right. All right. More. It's just you're telling me to do exercise. Y'all could have just put it in one sentence instead of 3. Oh shit. What's up, dog? Do push-ups. Push-ups. Wait, no, I don't, it's a training montage, bro. I don't have to. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's a dog. Oh. Oh my God. I don't have a second weight. I just have one. Ah. One last spin to decide the poll. All right, it's time, Hero. How you doing today? I'm spinning a wheel, and I have to dance on the toilet. I can't. I'm not taking this camera into the toilet. You don't have to settle with me dancing on this chair, bro. I don't even know what that means. On the toilet? On the chair? On the chair? On the... Woo! 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 Hold up. Oh! Ooh! Wait, hold up! Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! Hold up! I can't get past this one spot. I cheated. That's not, bro. I can't bring this webcam. It's connected to my computer. Treat the dog. Hey, Maisie. Hey, hey, Maisie. Hello, Doggy McDoggerton. Yeah. Oh, you don't want anything to do with me. That's true. That's so sad. But I have a bag of treats. Lady, come here, please. My street cred. My streak. I'm gonna have to lure her. Okay, I got it. I forgot. Oh God, she ran out already. Hold up, I gotta redo it. Redo the whole thing. Andy. Treat. Why you go away? Maisie, lay down. Or girl, you spun around. Okay, fine. Here, you spun. Good luck. Oh. Oh wait. Boop boop. Okay. Oh, my fingers are kind of slobbering. I mean slobbered on. Okay, I'm turning back my color because now I feel kind of warm, and I swear to God it's because the light is red, or maybe it's because of all the exercise I did. That could be it. One last spin, no bet. All right. Tell the group I already did that. The fear of being forgotten. Flirt with a pillow? I'm assuming it's a pillow. Good thing Kirby a pillow. Kirby's a girl, no? A Meta Knight. This is a Meta Knight, but naked. Oh, overlay. I'm so sorry. Dang. You looking fine tonight. Oh. So beautifully handsome. Look at him. I can't. I think I'm in love. How do I deal with these feelings? But we can't be together. Because you have no clothes. Alright. That's a pervert. That's a pervert. No clothes. Pervert. I hope you saw that. I realize the camera's a little high, but I hope you saw that. Amen. Not sponsored by the juice, but the juice is good. Ahem. It's time. Ooh. Bro, not again, bro. Not again. Oh my god. Thank you for the biddies. But I cannot believe you've done this.
_middle_finger, do more.
Lift one of your friends. Dog's outside. Here. I'll lift my chair. Does that count? This thing's kind of heavy. I'll lift myself. I'll do a handstand. I think. Does that count? I can't do it on the just straight up because I'll fall over, but if I find something that I can like put my body on. Damn, you calling your friends heavy? When your chair's your friend. Best friends forever. Best friends forever. Best friends forever. Best friends. All right, that's one. Okay, second one. Which teacher do you hate? I don't have a teacher right now. Let's see. Okay, but I'll tell you about one of my old teachers. That was a terrible person. I hated her so much that I threw away my whole violin career for her. Because of her. Bro, she was so mean. She was like a perfectionist, but like she wasn't even that great. And like she would yell at kids. And like one year we were doing a fundraiser, right? Because you know how like schools, like their music programs will have fundraisers because you know that they need money to go places. And so one of the kids in my class, he was on the spectrum, right? And he was also in both the orchestra class and the choir class, right? And so we were doing the fundraiser, and the kid accidentally, I mean, he doesn't accidentally, he just turns in his like fundraiser because everybody does the same fundraiser, right? And so the kid turns in his like fundraiser stuff to the first teacher that he had in the day, which was the choir teacher. And like she yelled at him and then like made him walk down to the choir class, like the autism spectrum. He was like he was a good kid. He was a really good kid, super nice, and like we all enjoyed his company. But like he just like, I don't know, sometimes he just wasn't paying attention to certain things, or like there's nothing wrong with turning it into like the choir teacher, but she like yelled at him, made him cry, that made him walk down to that other teacher and like take the money that he's already given the teacher and then bring it back to her. And I was like, I hate this teacher so much. I was 2 years into orchestra and I was like pretty swift on the violin, if I do say so myself. But like after that year I was done, bro. I just quit. I just quit, dude. I was the second best student in the violin section in my grade. But screw that teacher. I hate her. She's so mean. Why are you so mean? We hate people like that. I hate them. Wait, did I already do 2 spins? It was a regular spin. I think I did. I lifted the chair. Dude! Bro, you are throwing money at me, dude. I feel some type of way.
More story time.
Do a concert with your air guitar. I don't have an air guitar. Oh wait, no, it has to be, it's air guitar. Oh my god. Don't worry about that. I was like, I don't have an air guitar. Oh no. I don't know. I used to shred. How do people do this? Like, do they do this? Because this is a regular guitar, right? But like, this is like electric, right? Da-na-na-na. Oh god, I can feel it in my soul though. I don't need to hear this shit. Yeah. Yeah, you should have felt it though. You know, I do be shredding, if I do say so myself. Wait, no, hold up. I have another spin and then I have yours. Oh my god, dude, there's so many spins. Good thing this thing has like 50 things. Choose an item and try to sell it to someone. Here, I'll let you look at my desk. Right, I'll let you look at my desk, and you can try to sell somebody something. All right, and since you rolled it, then you get to choose. So I got this. I got my dice of these. I have this. These electric things that hold wires. So that cable to us. But of course, the best item on this table. Look, this shit is jack useless. If you have an Android, this is an iPhone charger, lightning cable. I don't even know what type, but it's lightning. It's fast. Probably not. It's actually really old. I think. I mean, it's too good, and it comes with a rubber band. You could do something with a rubber band, no? You can also probably tie up your hair with this. You could plug it into a wall, and like just take up a slot that nobody could use anymore because you. You can wear it as a bracelet, I think. Hold up, let me try it out. Oh, something got in my eye. I think my hair poked my eye. Look at this fashion style. It's him. Ooh. Oh god, okay, I have to like rub my eye with like a tissue. Dude, what is up? Hold up, oh man, my eyeball. think it's because I was so shit at selling that cable that God spited my eyeball. But that's just a game theory. Okay. So that's one of them, right? It's one of them. The other spin to win. What happened to my mouse? Bro, they took it. They took my mouse away. Oh, it's here. Una más. Oh, but dude, I'm tired, dude. I'm tired of you. I'm not. I appreciate you so much, but you made me act a fool.
Just kidding, I need the dog treats to pop up.
Kiss a table. Oh, this one's easy. My wonderful table that I made from IKEA out of a counter and a pair of legs. Mwah. My baby boy. This is conspiracy to get. Nah, this is a good and a service, bro. This is a goods and service. This is a business model, right? See, I look stupid as hell. Oh god, that's it. That's the price of my dignity. 50 bits. 50 bits. Okay, I have another one. Una más. Last spin. Wait, was that the last spin? No, he hit 2 after. Like a madman. Let somebody make a new nickname. Alright. Emotional kiss? Wait, no, that's not. Wait, so you can make me. I guess you could nickname me. I don't know if anybody, I guess everybody will start using it. I have no nicknames. I pray for you. Good luck. Oh, hey there, emotional kiss. It's me, emotional kiss. The kiss of emotions. Oh, I'm almost. Stop spending money then. It saves me face and you your wallet. That's just how it is. That was the last I know. Ooh, God bless. Oh, amen. To the Lords above. Handshake. Tuesday. Dude, we rolled so many. And no dog food. Like, God bless for me, but that's how it is. Whose outcome? The answer is no. Complete the prediction. Ooh, we good. I mean, you lost like 20 points, no? Ooh, okay, soon I'm gonna play the back room. Inside the back rooms? That's the game. Inside the back rooms. After all of that, I lost everything. I know. That's just life. Sometimes that's just life, baby. You deserve like 100,000 points. Bro, you got robbed. You literally just got scammed. He came up to your pocket and he just took it right out. He actually ripped your entire pocket off. You're running around with a hole in your pants right now. That's a lot of money. I don't even wait. What is the command? Give. I don't know the channel points? No, I have no. I don't know. I would. Let's see if I can Google this. I'll give you 100 points if I can find it. Twitch give channel points command. You just give people points with yeah. But like okay, but you realize that I have to be able to find this, right? I have to be able to find this. That might not be possible. No, that's not. Uh, 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 uh. Yeah, no, that's not. I literally have no idea what's going on. All right, we will figure that out eventually at some point in the near far, really far near future. That's too hard. You don't find it? I'm selling the sound, bro. Okay, now I gotta look a little harder. Give me a second. Let's see if I can. What? I could report. I don't think that's what we want. I don't think that's the move. Spin the wheel. All right. I thought we was over this. What happened? Bro, imagine if this one was dog food. That'd be messed up. If you had to get a piercing, where would it be? In my ear. That was pretty easy. Yeah, in my ear. I don't have an ear piercing, but I think that'd be the coolest place. Yeah, because I'd be able to look so fashionable, and then I'd be really cool, and then that's it. I think that's all of it. Okay, I'm gonna get ready for the Backrooms because we about to play the back. Have you ever seen the Backrooms gameplay? Go over, see you, have fun, bye. All right, I'll see you later, guy. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Yeah, have you ever seen the Backrooms gameplay? Or something of the sort? Dude, where's my webcam? Ah, it's me, but in webcam form. Okay. The Backrooms. It's time. I gotta set it up real quick, really quickly. Oh. I don't know if I'm good with horror games. I've played them before, but I don't know if I'm good with them. You know what I mean? I've played them. I've made YouTube videos before with them. You scream and stuff? I think I shout. I go, ah, ah, and then I become Cthulhu. 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 I'm just waiting on my friendos. Let me turn on the game actually. Probably a good indicator. It's about time. About that time of night where I look stupid and I feel stupid. Dude, I'm actually super excited to do some of these like challenges that I'm thinking about, or like these like stream ideas. Soap, my guy, you missed all of the me looking stupid, so now you can just see me looking cool and crying like a baby when I'm playing this horror game. No suicide. I appreciate that. But you can stop the cap. You can stop the cap. I appreciate you. I'm poor now. What do you mean? That's what capitalism gets you. Good. Capitalism. How does Minecraft do it? Okay, that's not how you. I don't know how people in Minecraft drink like that. It just gets. You just inhale it into your lung. 20% juice. Oh, facts. Ah, bro, you flattering me. You flattering me. Boop. That was your nose. Appreciate you. I hope you're having a great day. Oh right. I was in the middle of setting up the back room. What am I doing, bro? Inside the back rooms. Inside. Not outside. Within. It's Maisie. It's actually Mazey. Don't ask me why. I thought it was gonna be spelled the same way that you were, and then she came home with a collar and it was like it was ruined. Ruined. Where is my back room? Boop. Game capture. Do I have it back room? Into back room. Dang, I wasn't even prepared for that. No, inside. The back rooms. Specific window. This one. Ooh, nice, it's working. Alright. Everything's working as intended. Horror game. Very scary, very horror. Oh. Oh. I gotta steal him real quick. Okay, hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. What's that?
It's
Hiya.
time to play the video game.
Big bet. Oh, you got the Reven. Nice.
I got Raven.
I should have waited for. It's fine though. It's fine.
Woo.
I got Miko from No Games Alike.
Oh, I saw. At first, I thought it was Hololive.
I was about to say, dude, I was about to fight somebody. All right,
It's all over.
it's over. It's over.
Overwatch 2 right now, free to play. Go get your game. Go get your accounts.
Wait, is it free to play for like
Yeah.
Mhm.
is it gonna become pay to play?
No, it's
That's
forever
what I
free to play. They
thought.
switched to the Apex, Valorant, Fortnite model.
That's a good model.
Except the battle pass doesn't buy itself again.
Tragic model. Garbage. Actual
Terrible. Terrible.
dog
Get
water
your
type
account
model.
now.
All right, so
How do we play this game?
I have to invite players. Gotta invite the homies.
I'll
Where
have
are
to-
the homies?
Oh, I have to get the game.
Yeah, I also have to. Hold on one second.
Hmm.
Oh, no.
It's me, guy.
Oh, probably
In a
should download
suit.
the game too.
It's like a 2-second download. Hey, it's on just. Oh, right. All right, I gotta switch it off of just chatting into lack of chatting. Boo. What is it?
Where's your
Inside
dog?
the back room. He's outside. She don't like you.
Not inside the back rooms?
Nah, bro. She's smart.
Where is?
Wait, Ricky, you said you didn't know what the back rooms were, right?
All I know is that you're just trying to get out.
It's like SCP esque.
Yeah, I was told. Dom told me earlier that it was like it was like people like community created monsters, and then you're trying to escape them or something.
Yeah. So basically, if there's one channel that does really good videos about the backrooms. Well, there's one channel that explains the backrooms, and then there's another one that like does videos like shorts and stuff of like as if people were like Cloverfielding the backrooms. It's really cool.
I'm
Um,
trying to find that video.
Not the hour-long
Bro,
video.
my back, my
Oh,
back
yeah,
was
but, like, you just
actually
watched the first
bent.
Oh, the first one, the one that's like Cloverfield.
You see a monster, you have to get close to it and
Where
hug
it
it to
it's
kill
like-
them. I don't know about that. I feel like it's cap.
Sort of like a movie.
I feel like it's cap. Cloverfield isn't. Yeah, there was a movie, like something Cloverfield Lane or something.
Yeah, Cloverfield, and then another one is the Blair Witch Traps, where it's like people. It's found film. That's the word I'm looking for. It's like found film, found footage. But it's
Trying to find the
essentially
video.
So the back rooms are basically like you get glitched into them. That's the only way to get into them, and you start on like floor or level 1, and then like there's not an I don't think there's an infinite amount, but there's like a amount of back rooms, and it's a lot. There's a lot of them. And basically people like you can go through certain areas and like to get to different levels of the back room, like certain levels have like very specific ways to get into them, and each
What's that
level has
room?
a different like danger level.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm a part of fan. Let's
Probably
be.
after
No, I'm
the
not.
stream sometime. You should watch this video, just because
I'm
I
not
don't
part of
think
the
you have
fandom.
time to watch like a 12-minute video on it.
That's true.
As I link a
It's
40.
time for spoopy game. Yeah. All right, you get to see me IRL. See if I get scared by these things. But yeah, I have no idea what's going on in this game. All I know is that this game exists and things
Oh,
are trying
yeah.
to kill you.
Oh god, the freaking sound
Hmm?
It's
What's
begun.
is so
Oh, yeah.
loud. I can't. The volume. I can't lower the volume.
Go to the settings. It'll
Oh, it
hit
is
you
quite
with the
loud.
hit you with the slider. Ooh.
Oh, they don't have a master
Dude, I eat
volume.
dog food. I think I still feel it in my soul.
Yeah, settings. Please, please.
Photo a minute.
No. Dog earlier.
You ate what?
Dog food.
How to taste?
Tasted like ass. Well, then actually it tasted like subtle. Subtle. It's like if you went
Subtle
outside.
ass.
Subtle ass.
Little ass.
Subtle ass, bro. Like you went outside, you found a mud, like a puddle of mud, then you let it dry, and then you popped a piece in your mouth. That's what I'm
Ew.
assuming it's like.
I mean,
Apparently
yeah,
dogs like it, so
I-
maybe there's some value in
have
it.
y'all ever had the dog food?
I
Dog food
experienced the
challenge?
Backrooms IRL.
Jelly
And
bean.
what I'm saying.
No.
Oh, the Bean Boozle thing.
Yes, I had that one. It
Trust me,
was
Soup. I know what I'm talking about, bro.
disgusting.
No.
Absolutely rancid.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, time to eat it again.
Absolutely not.
Yes.
We need to play
And then I
co-op
got
for the
skunked,
memes,
and
dude.
that just scarred me.
Oh no.
Oh wait, is there a wait? What's the limit to players?
4.
Okay,
Just
It
one.
said 4. It said 4 on the
I'm seeing on the.
Steam page.
Hold
How
up.
do I join?
I have to invite you. Hold up. Give me a second. Inviting.
Can you go online on Steam for a bit?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My bad.
Okay. Okay. I'm praying. I'm praying. You guys can still redeem the spins, by the way. Oh. Yeah, chat.
Spins.
Yeah, I have a wheel spin
your
thing.
thingy. Oh, I can be a police
Oh, spin
woman,
the wheel.
office woman, young girl.
Yeah, that's why I
young
eat dog
girl,
food.
Homeless woman, homeless man, office man bald.
Office man bald.
Wait, what's this?
Did you send the thing already?
I have.
I can't. I
To-
cannot invite.
Do I have you on my friends list?
I think so.
That's what I would think, right?
Your
I am
what's your
Soup
Steam name? Or well, actually.
See, one of us is fake.
Wait, I thought. Okay. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait a minute.
Here, I'll copy my friend code and send it to you on Discord.
All right. Oh, I found you. There you go.
Photo a minute.
What's up?
What?
No, I'm just kind of horny.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But respectable. The most respect in your life.
Oh, okay, I'm the right guy. Homeless
Okay,
woman.
I added you.
Young girl with a jacket. Young girl with no jacket.
With no jacket.
Why you gotta say like? Wait, hold up. Wait, why you gotta say it like that?
Oh, office man with no jacket. Office man bald.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm about office man bald.
Dude, office woman is where it's at, bro. She looks like she deals cards at a casino.
Hello. Room is full.
I'm trying to.
Did you change the settings?
I'm trying to figure. Hold up.
What
Because
is
I see,
spin the wheel?
games that have like 4 players in them.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
figure out. Hold up.
Setting? Oh, maybe not.
Inside the back rooms. Only 3 players. What?
There's only 3, but I see that you can play 4.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe.
I'm gonna go try hosting a game to look and see what's going on here.
Okay. Hold up. I gotta. I like.
Oh, there's a
covered my
slider,
stream.
bro.
Where?
You have to go. You have to close that game. There's a
Okay.
slider for max players. It was defaulted to 3. You have to slide it to
Ooh.
4.
Spin the wheel.
Spin it, bro.
You gotta do
Okay.
it.
Yo,
What'd you get?
Frank Cussy, bro. It's Frank Cussy. He followed. Thank you for the follow, my guy.
Okay, I thought you said
Like,
Frank
what
Cussy
the
was
fuck
what you
is
got from
that?
the wheel spin. Bro, what do you gotta do for Frank Cussy?
Dance with
I
the
was like,
player
huh?
to your left. I have no players to my left.
What?
I can't even dance, bro. Alright, we're gonna try it. I can't. I can't.
Wait.
You gotta.
Yeah. Yeah, we jamming, bro.
Oh yeah. Round and round, bro.
Why would you
Bring
say
it
that?
around town.
Ahem.
I'm just seeing this delayed Ricky
Yeah.
on the side of my screen.
Oh, oh, my dignity, my dignity.
Dignity.
Oh, background's broke
dignity?
because I was dancing.
Oh.
How about I'm coming back in?
Alright.
He's a cool ball guy. Cause cool, all of them. No, I'll switch to the ball guy. I was too busy looking for the player slider. Okay, host. 4 players. Why would it default on 3 players? That don't make sense.
Wait, what does this do? Redeem.
Oh, I have to give the dog a treat. But the dog is on the couch, so I'm just gonna run over and give her a treat.
Wait, dude. Wait, that's too OP, bro. You shouldn't have that as a button. We can make your dog fat as fuck.
I need to put a cooldown on that bad boy.
Oh, quickly.
God.
I'm about to spin. Oh, wait, no, there's a cooldown. Oh, you bastard.
Here's wait, where is it?
Let's scroll down a little bit.
Hold on. I got
It's on the
too
third
many
row for
fucking
me.
notifications in my way.
Did I break my camera? What happened to my camera?
Oh no.
Nom.
How do I join the game?
You eat it? Oh, hold up.
Join game.
Okay, hold up. Nazy, stay. Come back.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
oh, you're so cute.
Yeah. Oh, alright, treat confirmed.
Treat confirmed. He's so cute.
Okay.
Aw.
The dog is now treated and I have to fix my webcam. Activate the invites. Okay. What's up?
Oh my god.
Hey, yo! Oh, it looks like you got 4 more treats to give.
Oh my god.
One of them's doubled up, bro. I gotta give two treats at the same time. It's crazy.
Damn, bro. Maisie's feasting tonight.
Bro, this dude looks like he belongs as a monster, bro. Look at his eyeballs.
Holy. Alright, I gotta go
I
for
was
his
the old lady.
casino girl.
I'm going Agent 47.
You say
Oh.
agent or Asian?
Agent. You know about the Hitman series?
Asian 47?
The Legend 47?
Hey, yo, the Legend 47 about to come up in here and whoop our asses. Alright, I'm ready.
I'm just an
Oh,
old
yeah.
lady.
I'm ready.
Sure.
Oh, it's the police. Put your
Wait.
hands up.
Wait, do we have to like... Is there like proximity chat? Do we have to like mute in Discord? Oh wait, Ricky's out. Ricky's okay.
Is there proximity chat?
I don't know.
Ah, it would make sense if there was. Imagine playing this
Audio,
VR. Absolutely not.
Voice chat, press to talk.
Yeah, they haven't pressed to talk, but I wasn't sure if
We can do always on since we're just playing with us. Oh, hold up. This FOV's got to go all the way up to 90. Inventory on tab. Interact E, run left shift, crouch left control. Unequip tool X, flashlight F. R for radio. Read note. Why is read note all the way on H? Probably turn down mouse sensitivity a bit.
You put voice chat always on?
It is time to begin, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, we're beginning.
Wait,
Is it?
By the way, I think there's proximity chat in this game.
You want to play with proximity chat?
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no. Apologies if you hear screams in the distance.
Although I gotta turn on the chat. Voice chat is always on. I'm just gonna keep it always on.
Yeah.
We're all gonna do always on. Oh wait.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Apply.
I think I hear
Hello?
you guys in game.
Wait, can you already hear me?
Yeah.
Wait, wait.
Can you
did
hear me in game?
I can't hear you, but I don't know why.
Oh wait, what about now?
Wait,
Hello?
it's because I'm an idiot. Hold up. I muted the.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
The voices are really quiet compared to like light sound.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to turn, so the game volume doesn't turn down ambience or music. You have to turn each one down individually.
Oh.
Yeah, there's no master volume.
Okay. I think.
Okay.
Alright, ready to eat go? I'm kinda horny. Oh
All
shit!
right, mute and Yo, what is up with that, bro? Yo, what is up with this? Is it me? Is it a loud buzzing? There is a loud buzzing, but I'm trying to figure out. Wait, it is. Wait. Yeah, there's a loud buzzing. I don't know why. Hold up. I'm trying to figure that out now. I gotta up my FOV though. Hold up. It is this. I'm sorry. Hold up. Do you guys hear a loud buzzing? Wait. Wait, guys? Wait, Gabby? Is there a buzzing in your Hold up. I gotta Is there Dude, what? Is there typically a buzzing?
I crashed.
I crashed too.
Yeah, is there a loud buzzing for you guys?
Yeah.
Is it supposed to be there?
Yeah, that's the sound of the lights.
Oh. Dude, I can't turn those sounds down.
You have to
It's
turn
part
down
of the game
ambience
volume.
and music
Yeah,
because game volume doesn't control that. You have to turn each one down individually.
No, I am. It's literally like not doing anything.
Yeah, no, everybody crashed. I think Ricky reset the
Yeah, I reset the room. I'm just gonna turn it down in.
It's technically supposed to be there though.
No, I'm like turning it down because it's like super loud on stream.
Oh, I see. Yeah, just turn down game volume and ambient volume.
Okay. So hopefully that does something. Oh, I have to hit apply because I'm a fucking idiot. Oops. Alright, I guess I gotta go back
Yo,
out.
those first few seconds where you're by yourself, that's kind of scary.
No, it's
I had
fine.
a
It was brightly lit.
No.
I was more scared of the fact that there's there's like mouse acceleration.
Yeah, same.
There's mouse
Oh, like,
excel?
oh,
First
this
thing I
game sucks.
commented on.
Okay. I'm gonna host another game. I'm just gonna make it public and I'm pretty sure you guys can just join.
Got it.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, it's
Game
on
of
3
Super
again.
Soup.
It's on 3.
Oh, dude, I. Okay, host or I.
Oh, I'm stuck in loading. Oh, there we go. Oh,
I swear to God, Dom.
Oh wait, what do you mean? Bro, I'm just redeeming something. I don't know what it does.
Okay.
Where's my casino woman? There you go.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna def it in Discord now.
Got it, got it, got it.
Oh yeah.
What if you mute in Discord so that if anybody needs to say anything, you can just unmute.
To be honest, that's what I did.
Yeah.
Oh, that's smarter.
Okay.
Oh.
Hi. Oh yeah.
Alright, so
Oh wait, where's my old lady?
I'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, you actually redeemed the dog treat. You bastard. Oh, computer. Maisie. Oh, my man slept. Oh, he slept. You know, next time the dog comes by, I'll give her a treat. Oh, I'm woke. In the wrong place. At the wrong time. Oh, there is mouse acceleration.
Oh, who are you?
Hey!
Oh my god. Right off spawn.
I'm
Easy
saying,
game, bro.
Dude, what's up with the walk speed?
Dude, what's up with this acceleration on the mouse?
True. Alright. Oh,
Oh! Oh, hello?
Hey!
Oh,
Scared
already?
me.
Already?
It's so free, dude.
Alright. We just have to find step
Oh,
Liam
arrow.
now. Let's follow this arrow.
Yeah, I think Liam will follow the arrows too, no?
Wait, oh, they're sprinting. Wait, the sprinting is so fast.
Yeah, compared to...
Oh, but we
yeah.
have stamina.
Oh, we do. Alright. Alright, run and burst, boys.
Yo, I can't aim.
Oh no.
Oh, and
There we
escape.
go.
Hey.
Oh,
No?
escape.
This way?
But
Wait, where's
the
Liam?
arrow.
I feel like he'll
know,
follow the
hopefully we
arrows
bump
too.
into him.
Oh,
Oh, escape. Should we escape?
I don't trust
Use
him,
the
bro.
stairs.
You do it. You
I don't
do
tru-
it.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, Liam.
Wait, is Liam in there?
Liam. Hello?
I teleported into
Oh.
your room. I'm like right next to you now. What the fuck? Oh, you guys
Wait.
use the thing
What are you
too?
Are you wounded?
Oh,
Cure
yo,
yourself
pick
by
up these radios.
Unknown
What is-
entity. Oh, I hate this. Has a class 4.
Almond
Okay.
water. Are you wounded? Cure yourself by drinking. Oh, by the way, do not drink the almond water.
Yeah, don't drink the almond water.
All right.
I mean, it might be a
entity.
mechanic for the game, but if you're ever in the back rooms, almond water is bad for you.
All right. What's up with this? Is there something over here? In lurking darkness, these walls
jump
shelter
entity.
something mysterious. A bright thing that stands out from the shadows.
Bye.
Rumor says that it has a physical body that. Oh my God! It's just a face in the dark, bro. Wait, Liam
Yep.
left.
I hate that.
Over there.
Wait, who? Wait, who?
Yeah, Liam just left.
Liam.
What?
Liam dipped. Oh wait, what's with the what's with the numbers?
1.
There's
Oh,
a 0 here.
Hey, where'd you guys go?
Oh, we walked out the door.
Oh, there's. Oh,
Wait,
bro,
there-
you're
yeah.
fucking like demon walking. Scare the shit out of me.
Alright.
Number, number. Oh, yo, I don't like the thing that is written on the wall.
Oh, there's something on the floor right here.
Hello?
Elevator.
reading the radio.
Oh, how? Oh,
Can you guys hear this?
Number. Oh. Okay. The first number is 0. Okay,
Wait, what?
the first number is 0.
okay.
Second number is 2. Third number is 6. Fourth number is 7.
There's 2 2s over here.
Yeah, you see the right
Zero,
side? The right side tells you the
2.
order, and the left side tells you the number. So this one's the
Oh.
first
2,
number.
6, 7. Oh, you bastard.
This
left it out.
bastard!
Oh my god.
0267?
0, 2, a 6, and a 7. Alright, let's go.
Oh. Alright, let's see if Liam's screaming.
Oh god, did
Oh.
we go onto a different floor?
That's kind of dank, isn't it?
Hey yo, we
Oh,
don't
he's
have
here.
flashlights.
I don't
Oh,
like
the light gets
I don't like
brighter.
Guys,
Oh, I
And,
heard, I heard
wait.
some shit.
what's this? Oh, don't drink the almond water!
Read note. Watch your stamina. You can save.
Oh, it's the
Entity
fucking
number
dog
8.
people.
Resembles a dog with a humanoid traits. It's known for aggressive,
What do you say
dangerous.
hi to?
Bye.
Oh,
They
you
say bye to us. That's
Like,
different.
hello?
Aggressive,
Where did
dangerous,
you go? Wait, where did you go?
annoyed by noise, and intimidated by direct eye contact. So we literally have to stare it down and back up.
for real?
I'm
Wait,
assuming.
really?
It says-
because it's scared. It's scared of direct eye contact.
Yeah.
Like, but did you say it's attracted to noise?
Yeah. So shut up. Oh, almond water.
Pick it up. I know you're not supposed to drink this shit.
Okay, but what does it do to you?
I don't know.
I can't remember. It's been so long.
Dude, I'm. What is that? That's Liam.
Is it an entity? Oh, Liam.
I swear to God, it's always Liam. Someone
It
is
literally
inside.
is. Oh,
I heard that. You heard that? Wait,
No,
wait,
I
it's the
didn't
it's a
like
monster.
that.
It's the face monster.
oh where?
Hey, what happens if we go touch it?
It's the face. It is the face monster.
Hello.
What do we do?
I don't know. Oh!
Myself.
Oh, Dom's dead.
I don't want to be by myself.
Where are you? Are you through the wall?
Yeah, I'm outside the door. Hello.
Wait, can you rescue him? What do you do to him? Yo,
Wait, is
what's
that-
up with that shadow?
Is that Tom?
Oh shit, he's coming! Oh god! Oh god!
Go,
Yo,
go, go, go,
yo,
go,
take
go,
the.
go.
You said don't take the lockers.
Uh huh.
Why? Does it do anything for you?
No. The lockers?
Oh,
Oh, you can hide in there.
yeah, if you want to hide in there.
Where did you?
So what happens? You just
Oh,
here?
Liam's dead.
Yo! No shot, dude! Oh god!
Ricky,
It's me,
just
God.
us. Oh no! It's red. Right? It's red. Why is it red? Why is the light red?
Come on,
Ricky,
come on,
don't
come on,
let
come on,
me-
come on, come on, come on, come on! Oh shoot! Oh god!
Get out of the way. What do I do?
Oh,
Why
no.
are the lights red?
I'm going to the red lights. Yo, you wanna come here?
I'm out of stamina. Oh god, it's coming.
Yeah, we gotta move. We gotta move. We gotta move. We gotta move.
It's closing. Somebody is closing and opening the doors. I don't know if it's one of them or if it's an entity.
It's cause Dom's being a
And I can see
bitch.
the fucking shadow. I'm crying.
Dude, I'm
right
gonna.
now.
What's these doors? This is the elevator we came out of.
Oh. I
Oh
hate this.
shoot!
We have to go past the. How?
What are we doing? What? Oh shoot!
It's just standing there. How did
Menacingly?
Liam die?
I don't know. Who took him?
Who took him? Oh,
Oh no,
God.
this games. Hello, how you doing? I'm scared.
Please, please.
All right.
I heard a
Ah!
voice.
Oh,
Why did you yell?
it's cause it's literally right around the corner.
Run. Liam! I mean, Ricky!
Wait, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Help, help, help!
What do you mean help? What are you helping?
Ah! It's coming this way!
Oh shit! You can take the locker. Take the locker. Wait, stare at it. Stare at it. Stare at it.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh, somebody's back. Dude, I don't know what's happening. What? Did somebody actually come back? Hey. Wait, hey. Hey. Dude, what's happening?
It ran past me.
Oh god. Hi, I'm back.
Hi.
I heard
can't
somebody
exit,
say
you're
something.
in the way. Wait, I can't get. Oh wait. Hold on. Maybe I'm tapped out.
Oh
Wait,
wait!
Oh, there we
Somebody's
go.
here! How did you come back to life?
Wait, who? Hello?
I just...
Who's it?
Shut your ass up.
Oh my god, my fucking ears.
I'm tired of you.
Why do I suddenly have motion blur?
I don't know. Are we going crazy? That's me when I played this game. I can't. Shut your ass up!
Shut up, you bitch! You motherfucker!
Oh, Liam's alive.
Liam?
Yeah, in the top,
Liam revived?
yeah, in the top left corner.
Oh.
By the way, we only get 10 lives apparently.
Like,
Oh.
collectively?
Oh, it's coming!
Oh!
It's coming! A red light means it's coming! Go!
I don't know where we're going, but we went.
Oh god. Wait, where's Tom?
I don't know. Bro! What does that mean?
I think the red light means it's coming.
Well, you better conserve your stamina. Try that later. I'm hearing running.
Come over here.
Where's here?
Hello?
I'm
We're
hearing
back
running.
where we started.
Yeah,
We've literally made zero progress.
we are literally fucked upon.
What happened to Dom?
I don't know. He said come here, and I don't know where here is.
I love how we like didn't read the notes at all.
I mean, I saw that there was a dog that you're supposed to stare at.
I found a radiation room, but you need a protection suit to go in.
Okay, but where
Where
is
are
it?
you? Oh, red! It's red!
I'm coming back. I don't know what that even means. Bro, there's no way we're advancing if we're in here.
Oh god, what do we do?
Oh wait,
Wait,
is that the dog thing?
how do I hear you?
On the radio.
Oh. Hey,
Radio broadcast. Hello?
wait, the radio does what? Wait, the radio does what?
The radio. Dog.
Oh, shit.
I can hear it.
That's
I think
what I'm
that
hearing.
was the dog.
Oh,
What do we do?
dude, I have no idea.
Oh, I think you're right next to me.
Oh, where are you? Are you behind this wall?
I don't know.
No! Wait!
Somebody,
no.
did somebody should break
Wait,
glass.
the lights are turning off.
They're turning what?
Off?
Uh-oh.
Wait, is this footsteps or is this my heart?
Is it my heart in real life?
Alright, we go down this dark hallway, fuck it.
Oh.
Yeah, I found a lockbox.
Oh, behind. Oh! Wait! Oh, God!
Sorry.
Did you die?
I'm dying. Oh, I hate it.
Well, I'm pretty much dead, I'm pretty sure. Dude, I'm losing my sanity.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, but I'm trying to survive. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Oh, I got murdered. I got murdered. Oh, find the luminous door and revive. Are you two looking for this luminous door? Oh, ain't nobody here with me. It's just me. This way? Is this the luminous door? Oh, it's a TV! Oh, yo, we were just running around in the same place. Oh. Interesting. Is there a luminous? There's 2 lockers in that room? No shot, dude. Is this not the luminous door? Hi. There's no inventory. Oh. I don't even know where Liam is. Oh, it's Gabby's dead body. It's a light. Dude, we gotta find these doors. Somebody's following me. Hey. Hey. Oh, there's a vent. Oh, this. Oh, here. Okay, I'm in. I have to refund. Oh wait, I have to pick up my shit. Oh, where's my suitcase? I'm pretty sure I died around.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I'm looking for my suitcase.
We have to get it back?
Yeah, you have to if you want your like your backpack. Here. If you want your
Mine?
radio. Yeah.
Oh, it's mine. Oh,
To find mine now. I don't know where I died.
that was horrific.
Yeah, that was so freaky. I don't even know where my stuff is. There's 2 lockers in here.
It's not good to know. There was a room with a TV in it.
I remember that too. I don't remember where my body is. I can't find my radio. Dude, where did we run? Dude, how are we in this new place? How are we in a new place? I don't recognize any of this.
He's not answering me. Wait, Key?
Oh, what's up? What's up? I'm behind you.
Okay, I thought I lost.
I have no idea what's going on. Oh god.
We've
Wait, no, this
literally
is
progressed absolutely
this is
fucking
the
nowhere.
first room. Somebody opened this door, and that's how we can go into the new area. I died like right around here then. Yo, you might want to hop in this locker. Gabbo? Oh shit! Oh my god. Hello? Are we good? Oh shit! Hi, I'm running from a monster.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh. Uh-oh, I gotta go.
Which way you going?
Back in the locker.
Oh, that's a mood. Hello?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I can't unhear the radio.
I'm still looking for my body. I don't know where Dom and Liam are, dude.
They said, Dom said,
I'm with you. Ah, something broke. Oh, maybe it's around here that we go back to our old place. Oh shit! Monster! Oh, you and me both, bro. That's right. We hit the legs. Uh-oh. I have to rest. Dude, is this my body? Yes. Okay. I don't know where we're supposed to go.
This thing says.
Wait, how the hell?
Screwdriver to close it.
Wait, are you guys behind this
wait.
door?
Yeah, we're on the other side of that wall, I guess.
Wait, how? Alright. You're gonna have to figure this shit out.
Oh, yo, the lights are red.
I don't know what that means.
Hello?
Hello?
oh, there you are. Where are you? By the TV room.
Okay, I'm coming to the TV room. Okay. So I don't know how
Also, the,
I don't know how Dom and Liam, they're in the same room. I don't know how they got there though.
I don't know. What about that vent?
The vent? You might be able to go through. They didn't tell me to use a vent though.
How did you guys get to the room you're in?
Honestly,
You just keep running.
can you just?
We have a TV. We have the TV that we can't use.
TV.
Oh shit. You get in. Get in. Wait, is it coming after you or me? Did you get in?
I'm hiding in the corner.
Good.
I think it's going after you.
Yeah, it's coming after me. Break its ankles. Hello?
Hello?
Alright. Okay, I'm back.
Oh, that.
Dude, the
Oh
way-
god. What do we do?
I don't know.
Nikki, how? Okay, so we're by. Are we still near the TV room?
I think we have to go to the next area. Right, trust.
Freaking shit's in the way.
There's something
Oh, yeah, it was like a.
like a hissing.
What is this? You needed a red key.
You don't have a red key.
Well,
Well,
there's a locker there, so that's good to know.
no. Oh shit.
Hello? What?
Get into the locker at the end of the hall.
Hello.
Okay.
I heard something moving. Yo, what's up, my guy? How you doing? Oh, wait. My bad. My bad. How you doing today? I am hiding from monster. Okay. I think it passed.
Well, there was a note in the locker. I couldn't actually get in it, but the note said, "Look at openings. Like if you look closely, there should be like a certain code."
At openings?
And I have a human ear.
Hold up. I'm
Need
opening.
a screwdriver to close the duct.
That's a foot.
A foot?
I'll hold the foot.
Well, you have a foot, and I have an ear.
Amen. Right.
Oh,
Alright, so we found stuff.
yo, where you all at?
We're in the base. Have you seen the base?
No, we found like
You wanna try one of these
a
halls?
room that needed like a red key,
Oh, here.
and I've got a. Oh, what is this?
I don't know.
Ew, what is that?
The corpses.
Have y'all seen the statue room?
It's about missing people who were found and piled up in this place. Some of their bodies were found with some anomalies.
the body room. Sorry, there's like a bunch of bodies on the ground.
I think we need to get to the TV. That's what's called. I have a
Some of these
VHS.
bodies missing body parts because you have a foot and I have an ear.
That's true. We do have ligaments.
Interact.
Or
Chad
maybe
Johnson.
Robert Milo.
How do I escape?
Press E.
Okay.
Oh, what does this say? The locker code. Look at the corpses. They hide a secret code. Just pay attention to the blood.
The blood? Okay. Jonathan.
Something's here. Yo, get inside of the locker. Get inside the locker.
It's too late!
Okay, I'm dipping then.
It's locked!
Oh, can you sprint out of the room? Oh, she dead. Oh, she definitely dead. I'm pretty sure she dead. Rick. Oh!
Oh, there's Ricky. Yo, Ricky, check this out. I can do this now.
Did you find a screwdriver? Oh, it's here!
Oh
Yeah.
shit! Run! Ricky, that's radiation room. Don't go that way.
Oh, shit!
Hi.
You guys okay?
I'm scared.
I'm like,
You guys okay?
Where I belong.
Yeah, for now.
In a closet.
I closed one of the doors.
He's near me. I know he's near me, but he can't get me when I'm in the closet. He can't hurt me when I stay inside.
I'm in front of your closet.
Limmy's
Hey,
about
hey,
to
hey,
fucking
this is my
just
closet.
open the
Fuck.
closet.
There's second closet?
We stay in the closet. We.
Dude,
stay-
am I think I'm
Not
on
gonna
crack.
lie, boys. I think the tech is to die once so you can scout the floor. Because I scouted the entire floor while I was dead, and then I came back to life.
That's some we have to get to the is this I think this is Gabby's dead body right here. Wait, where'd you guys go? Holy
Many
shit.
times.
Where'd you guys go?
All right, boys. I'm doing this.
Hey, there's a
Wait.
dude over there. In the closet, bye.
Oh, it's a dog. It's a dog person. Just stare at it.
Yo, staring at it is not working.
You're getting jumped, Liam. Oh shit.
I am in the closet. Do not
He
talk.
said staring at it isn't working. I'm in an adjacent locker. My good sir.
I am in the closet. Do not talk to me. Unless you are also in the closet.
I too am in a closet. Closet buddies. Alright. Am I like going crazy or something? Am I bleeding out?
Is everything dizzy?
Yeah, dizzy and like the sides of my screen are red.
Yeah, you gotta take anti-anxiety pills. Oh, and the screens are red means you're damaged, so you gotta drink almond milk.
Doesn't
You gotta
almond
drink
milk
that
hurt you?
nut juice, homie. I don't know. Suck my nut juice, homie. My nut juice ain't gonna hurt you.
Wait. What's this? That's dumb stuff.
Wait, we gotta take his stuff. Wait, we gotta loot his body.
Alright, we're robbing him. Alright. I took 2 of the the pills. And then the screwdriver. Ah! Dog! Leave him
Oh,
run!
shit.
He instant went into the fucking locker!
Back in the closet.
Alright, I gotta take one of these pills.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh no. I'm back in the corpse room.
Am I alone?
Liam?
Hello?
Hello? I'm
He's still here, by the way.
I'm not fucking with it then. You can catch me over there.
Hello? Where are you guys? How do you guys get to where you are?
Hello? I'm coming
Hello?
towards the corpse room.
Okay, bye. Literally the whole time I was running around with you guys, I could hear the monsters every freaking where.
Dude, should I drink the almond milk? I'm in the corpse room. What does the almond milk
hello.
do you?
Oh,
That's Dom, by the way.
Nico! Hi. The room was like, so if you find a room with like a horse and like a flashlight, that's where the door is.
We have to get to the VHS room. I have a VHS tape.
Uh-oh. How do I freaking get out? Let me leave! There we go.
Oh, you press escape.
Uh-oh.
Oh, something broke. I'm literally 1 hit away from death. Fuck! Go!
Oh, fuck! Stop crashing! Oh, God!
Alright,
be quiet.
can you get in? Oh wait, this
No,
is...
it's locked.
What's up, Liam? We're on the other side of the wall.
Which wall?
Hey.
Are you in the radiation area?
No, we're in the corpse room.
Oh shit.
Oh, hi, Nico.
Do you automatically come back? If you like pass the 5
you
minutes?
come back to where you died. No, I think that's just it. You have to find the thing to, I think.
Oh.
what we looked at before.
Yeah. I have a screwdriver, so I can close vents.
Okay.
Fuck that vent. Oh!
Ricky?
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I survived. I don't know if you can hear me, but I survived. Liam, what's up?
Hello? Hello?
Still down radio.
What happened?
You what?
Oh.
He's alive.
You got back. Oh, in the closet.
Dude, what does the almond milk do to you?
Alright, back up. Oh, in the closet.
Alright, I gotta find the TV. There's no way we advance without no
Back in the
TV.
closet. I'll drop the radio. You can have it back. I just heard noises and I was like, oh, where are you? Don't go.
TV's this way. Alright, I'm about to watch a
It's in
film.
the radiation room.
Where are you guys? I'm in the
I
zone.
can't turn on.
Every time I try to get out of the courtroom, the freaking thing is there. I'm just an athlete.
Oh,
That perfectly cut screen.
I'm kind of scared, but I kind of want to see what's inside this closet. I mean, this drawer. Is that a toe? I'll pick up the fingers.
You okay, Gabby?
Oh no, she don't sound okay. Oh shit, fuck.
Oh, I have to wait until the bar refills.
Wait, what does drinking almond milk do for you?
The tech is just Sam's friend.
It heals you.
The
It
smile
heals you.
monster's literally holding me hostage
Drink
in
almond
the
milk.
fucking corpse room.
Oh, are you supposed to?
Yeah. I was wrong.
Okay, so I need some almond milk.
Fun in bursts, boys.
It's me.
You have the screwdriver.
Oh shit,
Oh,
balls,
space,
dick.
space.
Hello? Oh my god, you scared me so bad.
Here the whole time.
Yeah, I got trapped in here.
Oh shit.
Fuck that. Bye.
Are you guys in the corpse
Even
room?
behind us. Says the code. You know the locker.
Dude, what am I? I can close this. Are there any notes that I may or may not? Oh, nope. Absolutely not. Something came out the ceiling and I'm not with it. I do. Oh fuck, dick balls and dick. I can't. I would like it to leave me alone, but I might have to run past it.
What is it?
It's the dog, the human dog.
Isn't that the one that you stare at?
That's what I thought, but Dom got mauled.
I think the smile one is the one that you stare at.
Isn't that the one that makes you go crazy? Fuck.
Oh, well, I stared at it and it went away. Yeah.
Maybe if you're far enough, because if you're too. Fine.
Yo, I got a dog here. The dog man is just vibing, and I wish for him to not vibe. Please and thank you. Oh fuck. Do I just run past him? Is it over for me? Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh crap! I died. And it's time. Why wouldn't he leave me alone? Oh, that was quick. That was quick. Dude, I literally just spawned. I'll just deal with. She died too. No wonder the dog came over this way.
Oh, Gammy's here.
Hey, we need to find the vase room, bro.
Wait,
Yo,
Dom, where are you?
wait.
I wonder if I can run through the radiation room. Oh. Yeah, here irradiated.
Is it base room over this way?
Right? Yeah, pretty sure it should be this way. Hold on, my stamina's regenerating.
Oh, there's so much stuff here. A suitcase, somebody's dead body. I'm not gonna remember any of this, but I will remember that things exist. I just don't remember where and what exactly. Did somebody find the vase? Oh, this is rocking chair. Contamination level is too high. Alright, where the hell? How do I get back? Oh. This way? Door's closed. I'm lost. Dude, what is breaking these vases? Them shit's heirlooms! Stop! Ah, here. Okay, go back. Dude, Alright, we gotta go find something. We gotta find a room to revive in. The hell is this?
Oh wait, there's like red key over.
I gotta go find the door to heaven. What don't matter because I'm dead. So where's the door to heaven? Oh, it's literally right next to me. Oh. Hello. Alright. Who's alive? All of Gabby's stuff is here. Oh, dude, I'm right outside of your locker.
I think Gabby's still trying to find
Please,
the
I
revive
spawned
door.
and the dog was literally right there. I like immediately went in the locker and dog went past.
It's the TV room. Oh shit! Oh shit!
That's by accident.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, somebody died. Yeah, no, somebody died. Somebody died. Oh, you can get in both of these. Nice. What does this say? The shadow. Do you see the silhouette? It is looking to the R? When is wrong? Who's
Oh, there's something over here.
Oh, Gabby died. Hello.
I don't see it.
There's
Hello?
in the doorway. Just
What are you
came
looking?
Red. Hey, don't turn around. Don't turn around. Wait, did Gabby just die?
Yeah, no, she dead.
Yeah. Her
Oh,
dead body's
hello.
right with us.
I get Bo.
Alright, where do we go now, friends?
I can't tell if that scream was Gabby's scream or if it was an ambient sound screen. I
Ricky,
have a
be
red
careful
key,
over there.
Ricky.
Oh.
Ricky. So we broke all the vases, found a red key.
Oh,
Need
you know,
to figure
let me
out
show
where
you
this
where.
key goes.
I can show you. I can show you.
Okay.
You gotta go all the way to the back wall, take a left, and take a right.
Oh.
Alright.
Oh.
Alright.
It's okay, Ricky can die first.
Save your stamina, gentlemen. Oh, it's coming. Oh shit! Oh shit!
I'm getting my ass beat. I'm gonna go hide in the locker. Bye.
Yeah, hide,
I'm
hide,
in this
hide.
one. I'm over here.
I'm in the corpse room. Okay, the lights turned back on. Alright. Alright, I see Dom.
Alright, where are you? Where?
Yeah.
I'm coming.
Somebody just chugging it, bro.
That was me.
Oh,
Hello.
what's up?
Okay.
Alright, where are we?
Alright, we're going.
Okay,
Ricky,
where's this door?
I think it's this way.
you have the
No.
radio? He has the radio.
I have a radio. No, those are lockers.
Oh, I found a hand, bro.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to find body parts and put them in the
Wait,
corpse
there's a
room.
note.
Hours 8:05. Okay, I know what that's for.
What's that?
8:05 for the clock,
The clock.
in the silhouette room.
Oh.
Wait, where's the silhouette room? Do you
Oh
remember?
yeah, there's more anxiety pills over here. I need to pick them up.
I'm full on.
You got 'em?
Oh,
I'll pick
Gabby's
'em up.
alive.
Oh, let's go.
Go.
Ricky, you have to take. Oh, you have to take off the radio if you want to talk to us. in
Oh.
proximity.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, if you're holding the radio, you don't go through proximity chat.
Kind of makes sense, actually. Okay, I'm trying to remember where our monster. I'm trying to remember exactly where we're supposed to be.
I'm gonna go to the
I
clock
don't know.
because now I know exactly what it's for.
Do you have the hands?
What is it?
Oh, that's all I'm hearing is screams, bro. Wait, what was? Oh, it's right here, right here.
Run.
No, not here.
You can take that one. I'm just gonna.
Oh shit!
Ricky, you're gonna have to run.
Good luck.
I'm hiding.
I found it. I found the place.
Where are you guys?
All of us are in lockers.
Oh, same.
What I mean? Alright, I'm at. Okay, where is there anybody around me? Dom, behind you. Oh fuck, dick balls, balls and dick. Ah,
Animation to get out of the lock, just actually the worst.
that was bad. I came out, saw Dom, and then a monster literally saw my ass. Was like, alright, that motherfucker. Dude, I need him to go home.
Okay, I need to figure out where the fuck I am.
Alright, Dom.
Find you.
Where you? We're
There's still
all
red
in this room.
lights everywhere.
We're on this room. Come.
Keep running. There's red lights.
It's gonna be coming from the
Behind
way
us.
that we came from.
Gabby, where are you?
Gabby, are you alive? I heard her for a second. Wait, come back. Wait, where are you guys? I can show you the red room.
Y'all see the dude, the dead dude? It was like he
No.
was in like a suit, a hazmat suit. I saw him while I was dead.
Oh, you can
yeah,
go
yeah,
through
yeah, I
the
saw that.
door? Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, that door appeared once I solved the silhouette puzzle.
Oh. Alright. You guys. Oh, what is that?
Oh, I don't know. Don't stay in that room.
I'm assuming it drains your sanity?
Yo, if the monster comes this way, there's only 2 lockers behind us. Just saying.
Well, then make a break for it.
Can we hide in the in that room?
Alright. I can take you straight to the red door.
Alright, take us
Okay,
to the red door.
we'll go to the red door because I think
Alright,
the key.
I swear to God, there's a monster there though.
Alright, we died
Ricky,
from Ricky
just
though.
take the
Oh,
key.
we died from
Ricky, take the key because you know where the door is.
Alright. Follow.
Wait. Monster to the left. Go, 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 go. Keep running, keep running.
Come. Down this hall, down this hall.
What monster?
I don't know, but he said it and I believe him.
I don't.
Now they can't chase me. I shut the door.
Oh,
Was it a
picture
red
frames.
door?
Yeah, that was the red door.
Oh, that's the one. We have to look into them. That's the thing that the code said.
The fucking angle.
What the fuck?
Everybody's believing that. I don't know what we're supposed to do.
It
Okay,
says if you look
two match.
closely, you'll see something. I remember reading a note. What?
Wait, what'd you just do?
Nothing.
How did you see that?
What are you seeing? What are we seeing?
I saw a T in one of them.
I just something's here. Collect men.
This one has an N.
M-O.
We're just gonna let
What's
them
this
know.
one?
appreciation stream now.
What's this one?
What you
M-O-U.
mean? It's
This one's
it's I.
M-O-U.
The art is I.
M-O-U-N.
Wait, how are you
M-O-U-N-T,
figuring
mount.
it out?
What are you mounting? How do you know?
You can mount my nuts, bitch.
True.
If you look at the angle, there's like red death marks.
Yo,
See,
I
but I'm
can't fucking-
colorblind.
I'm clicking on this thing, right? But it
You have
won't
to
let me
drag,
change
Dom. You have
anything.
to drag as a hand.
Oh,
Dragging
you have to-
these
oh,
nuts
it doesn't
across your
move.
face.
Hey, now that's a buffet for me.
Oh, I hear something.
That's what I thought. Oh, there is.
Remember, there's only 2 lockers in here.
What angle do you have to look
What that
at?
means is...
I unlocked it.
Good bet.
Alright, Dom.
We got
What is it?
moth jelly and 5 fuses. Yeah, some of you guys should pick up some of these fuses.
Alright, I'm gonna grab a fuse.
Dropping them.
Oh,
2. Dropping
one.
another one.
alright.
I have
I
one.
feel like we all have to be in the
I have
same
one.
spot
I have
to
one.
use all the fuses.
That's true. I don't know what they're
Hey,
used
Dom,
for. I just thought. What?
Do you still have the screwdriver?
I have the screwdriver.
No. You've picked it up?
Ricky has a
Okay.
screwdriver.
Yeah, I have it now.
I think you're supposed to unscrew in the radiation room. Because you know how those vents keep, like, pouring out? I think you're supposed to use that in the radiation room.
No, we need a fire extinguisher instead.
Oh, yeah, you do need fire extinguisher. Oh, wait, this
Also,
one
I
up
have
here.
red moth jelly.
Yeah, that's for the paintings, and I picked up an ear there.
What is?
Ricky, do you still have that foot?
Yeah, I still have the foot. I have a hand and some fingers too.
I got
Okay, I have
teeth.
the ear.
I have teeth and
Wait,
nose.
I have no idea what the red moth jelly is for.
Oh shit! Oh, it's in there. It's in there. Somebody
Why?
take the locker. I'm dipping this way. I'm gonna take one of the 2 lockers out here. Oh fuck! I know what I must do. I know what I must do. I'm hiding in this bit. Alright, I'm
I
good.
have no idea where you are.
I'm like the radiation hallway. I just closed the door in front of it. What does a moth jelly do?
I have no idea what the moth jelly
I'm
is.
pretty sure we're supposed to put the human body parts in the corpse room. Like these corpses are missing their body parts or something. You have to like put them accordingly. We good out here? I don't think so. Hold on, I gotta pee. If I die, I die.
Hello? Where are you guys? Uh-oh. Monster went right by me.
Alright, it did not die?
Hey, you there?
It's lit. Alright, what are we
Ricky?
looking? Yeah.
Hello? Yes,
What's
ma'am.
up?
Okay.
Oh.
I'm stuck in a locker,
Yeah,
but the
pretty
light
cool.
won't turn red, and
Oh,
I'm
my
pretty sure the
bad.
monster's here because I heard it walk right by me. And now,
Do you know
it's
what
right by
we
me.
might need to do? I don't know what does a moth jelly do? Do you have any idea,
No,
Liam?
I have no idea what the moth jelly does. Or what the fuses do. Oh.
Oh, the
no.
fuses are probably for the TV because the TV's broken.
Oh wait,
Oh,
are you guys
so-
there?
Yeah,
Go
we're
to
still here.
TV. Oh, where are you, Gabo?
Okay. I heard somebody not on the radio.
TV's this way. Oh, there's something here. Something here. Be careful. Oh, that motherfucker.
Oh, it's
Oh,
TV
it's a
here.
dog.
Oh, almond water.
Ricky, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a
No, it
dog
says
near
the
my
fuses are
growling.
supposed to be inserted into the fuse box.
Oh. Well, I have an eye.
eyeball. I also picked up an eye just now.
Guys, watch out! The thing's here.
Okay. You're right.
They just
I'm
walked
hearing
right
it
past
run.
me. I'm in the locker room. I mean, not in the locker room, but I'm in
What's this? We gotta find the
Yo, can
fuse
y'all hear
box.
me?
Yes.
Okay, be careful, because the thing walked right past me.
I think we're actually low-key kind of far from you.
If you find a fuse box, because we have that's
Okay.
what the fuses are for.
I have, like, one of the fuses, I think.
I don't see a few. Ooh, some almond water.
Hey.
Alright. Oh, I hear Liam. Oh shit, it's a eyeball thing. The eyeball thing.
Oh, it's the face.
Yeah.
Wait, hello?
Hello.
Hello? Where are you?
I'm popping some pillies.
Hello?
Hello. Oh shit.
Oh, I'm dying. Into the closet.
I'm in the corpse room.
Alright, be careful, because there's a dog somewhere.
Better not be in the corpse room.
Hello?
Malcolm Fisher. Hello.
Hello?
Hello?
Literally, this light has not turned back to normal since I've been in this locker.
Oh, he's-
Hi. These bodies, we're supposed to put the body parts on it, but I don't know like how. Like I don't know which body parts
Sometimes
to
you
put
can
on.
just walk past.
Nathan Allen.
It said something about blood. And like,
No, the blood is for the code over here for this locker.
oh,
This one?
that's a hammer.
This one. Oh, yeah. Oh, you got the hammer. Nice. But it's kind of useless because we already broke all the bases.
Oh,
Malcolm Fisher.
I'm assuming you put their body parts on. But I don't know how you know what kind of body
Robert
parts.
Nilo.
Creepy. Yo, no more wheel? Yeah. I mean, I can. I can.
Ricky.
Oh, that was my bad. Yeah, I can. I can wheel
Carmen Salas.
in the middle.
No
Oh,
clue where this.
the ice. So what's up with this game? We're trying to get out. It's like a puzzle game. We're looking for things. Oh, I'm hearing some shit. I'm hearing some shit.
Oh, we gotta start the TV, and we gotta find a VHS tape to figure out
We're trying to-
where we put all the.
yeah. We're trying to get out, and we have to do these puzzles and run away from monsters at the same time.
Y'all, the monster just walked right past me, and there's a dog here somewhere.
Oh crap! I'm hearing the monster walk. I'm seeing
Yeah,
Liam.
he's
We gotta find
probably
the
going
VHS tape.
towards y'all.
I have a VHS tape. You just
He's around
you
me
have
for
to
a
turn
hot
on the
minute.
fuse to turn on the TV.
You have to turn on the fuse. You didn't just put on the VHS tape into the VHS tape player.
I could try.
you
It
guys
says I
see
can't
TV?
interact. It cannot turn on.
Hello?
It says it cannot turn on. What's up?
Sorry.
Oh.
It says yeah, you can't turn it on.
Somewhere.
Wait. Really?
Yeah, it
Cannot turn on at this moment.
Where is the
I'm assuming it's
TV
'cause there's no
in
power.
relation
Yeah, so we're gonna find the fuse somewhere. Yo, what is up with this like
I don't know.
wall?
Oh, it's red. Oh, it's here. Fuck. I'm getting inside this. Bye.
to? Oh, Ricky, is that you?
Oh, you and me both?
In a room. yeah. I closed
Dude,
the door.
dude, don't open the door. It's the face monster.
Oh, okay, okay.
I can't believe you're.
I literally, as soon as I walk out, another fucking monster. I've been hounded by fucking monsters this whole time.
Better you
Literally
than
been
me,
in that fucking locker for 5 minutes.
bro. I can't tell if the monster's still out there. I can't see through these
I
slits.
can't either.
All right, I'm testing it.
I-
All right, it's not out here.
Okay, it's not.
No.
Where
Wait,
are
you?
you?
Oh, we're in completely different rooms.
I can hear something like crawling around. Ricky,
Yeah, no,
I
that's
thought you were
you.
Next to me.
I thought you were next to me.
No, you're going away from me. I'm near the beginning.
Oh. I'm fine.
Please. I can hear scary noises.
Oh, Dom, I'm over here. Dom, I'm behind you.
Wait,
There.
wait.
Oh, that's a dog.
There's a dude.
Hello?
Why is he so fast?
I don't know.
Is it a dog?
Yeah, there's a dog. Oh, it's here. Oh, dude, I'm in a room with a ton of lockers.
I can hear them opening and closing.
Back room, more like back posture.
Oh no.
Thank you for the redeem. Alright, you think I can get out? Ah, crap, dude, why? Alright, trust.
Where the fuck are you guys?
I am... do you know where the pony, with the wall?
Dom died.
Oh. Well, the dog is walking towards something. You know what? I'm gonna figure out this room. I'm gonna check. We're gonna check all the lockers. Yo, this room has 4 lockers. I'm about it. What? Oh, I'm talking about my dog. But there's also a dog in the game that wants to kill you.
Oh, okay, I'm back alive.
Hello? Jonathan?
I have no clue what this moth jelly is for, bro.
Oh shit!
You-
Yeah, it's the face monster. I'm trying to get back.
Yes, my monster is not.
Oh, it's still there. Dude, that shit makes you lose insanity. Or sanity. Wait, where? What? Oh, you guys have been here before. It's the vase room. I'm in the vase room. Is it like an up dog? Up dog. What's up, dog? What'd it be? What'd it do? Oi. Oi, oi. Oi. Yeah, boys, I'm in the vase room.
You're where?
The vase room. Did you guys already pick up the clock hands earlier?
No, have you found?
Yeah, I have clock hands.
Yeah. We were just near chocolate. Yo, it's the Swedish chocolate.
You know where the clock is?
Oh,
I know where the clock is, but
Where is it? No, can you meet me in? You know where the
Silhouette
silhouette
room.
room?
clock is in the silhouette room, dude.
Oh, is it?
You have to go through the door.
Oh. Alright, I'm hitting
Do
it.
you have the hands?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wait,
what's happening? Did you?
Is there a time? 8:05, right?
8:05, 8:05. Let's go meet up with Rick.
Wait, can I not interact with it?
Ricky's in the clock room right now. Oh, wait, this is Spawn. Okay.
I don't think they can come into the clock room. I need somebody else with me though, because I need to, because somebody has to turn it and somebody has to do it.
Ricky, come turn off your radio and start using your proximity chat so we can try and figure out where you are.
I'm inside the silhouette room. Do you know where that is? It's towards the radiation room.
Wait, yeah, it's right here.
Yeah. Alright, I need you to tell me. Alright, I'm gonna start moving it. Tell me when to stop, I guess.
Follow my boys.
One more. No, go back one. Go back. And right. Wait. Yep. Okay, that's 8.
Okay.
And now, go back one. Back one. Go back one. It's 8:05.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Oh, what's that?
Have you seen the lock pad?
Oh, the
3271. I remember that. Ah! Wait!
Oh, no!
Wait! I'm dead.
Okay. So wait, what are we supposed to do?
Which one of you bastards blocked the door?
Be careful, please don't go out there.
Bro, dude, I got destroyed.
Pad 3271.
Oh god. That wasn't cool. That wasn't kosher. I gotta find the door. The door to allow me to come back to life. There's a door somewhere. So that's up, dog. Dude, that thing is murderous. Pissed. Dude, why was he just standing outside the? He heard us. He heard us all in that fucking closet. He was like, watch this, observe.
Keeps phasing through the wall.
There's a door in here.
That-
Wait, who died? How are they all dead?
I took Liam's shit by accident.
Wait, why did you take? Wait, give.
We're gonna have to find a door to get us out of here. What's up, dog? Somebody's dying. Somebody dying. It ain't me because I'm already dead. Bro, I can't even. Looking for a door. Bring me back to life. Take me to church. Uh-oh. I'm gonna do the hug the right wall tech. Or just hug the right wall. Oh, here it is.
I have no clue if this thing's still there.
I got clapped.
Oh,
I
you
also
guys
got
both
clapped.
respond. Yo, is there still shit in this room or can I come out of this locker?
Well, considering that Ricky was out of it.
Yeah, I'm
and
fine.
Didn't die.
Alright, I'm leaving the locker.
I literally didn't even step out of the room, and it got me.
Anybody got more anxiety meds, bro? My
Yeah,
shit
I got.
is
I got here.
blurry.
Here. How do I drop it?
Oh, you got it.
3721.
What is that sound?
The 3271. Are you guys ready to go to the room?
Wait, guys.
What? What?
Yeah.
Oh, never
What's
mind,
up?
never mind. I'm hallucinating.
Oh, it's okay. This is that kind of place.
Joe.
Alright, if I remember, it was to the right.
No, it's this way.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Running in bursts, conserving stamina.
Save the stamina. One,
Oh yeah, it's right there.
3, 2.
Let me close the door.
Somebody screamed the moment you close that door. That's Liam, bro. Yo, outside is.
Inside.
Oh, pliers. Wait, what the
What was
fuck?
that?
Pliers.
What are pliers for?
To cut something. I'm pretty sure there's gas outside this door.
It sounds like it, dude. No, we're good. Okay, but what do those pliers do?
I'm gonna go to the
Oh,
corpse
this is
room
the
and,
base room.
and
We're-
cut
we're
off some
done.
limbs, bro.
We can try. What are the pliers for? Is Liam still dead?
I think.
Oh no, he's alive. He's alive. That's him.
There you are.
Oh, did you guys get the code?
Yeah, we got the pliers.
We got the pliers from the code.
Applies to the TV.
Maybe.
No, maybe.
We
I haven't seen anything.
Oh crap!
Still don't have.
What was that? Hold up.
What is it? What?
Oh. I my.
no,
oh
no,
shit!
no, no.
That's what. Oh god! Hold up. Give me a second.
Keep running, Gabo.
I'm running into the clock room. Good luck.
Oh, goodbye, Gabo.
I'm sorry.
It must be like.
Did one of you just fuck the other guy?
I'm sorry.
You're not sorry. He drinking water, bro.
Alright, Gabo, stay.
Is it though? Cause I hear some motherfucking growling. Somebody drinking that good almond water.
I'm drinking this almond mussy, bro.
Oh no. Are you good?
Ah!
Almond milk.
You're not good.
I'm in the clock room. Fuck that. I'm never leaving the safety of my home ever again.
We're attacking Ricky right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Hold on. I need some meds.
I see it.
Bro, I'm just pouring the almond water in my face. I'm not even drinking that shit.
You need some.
Thank you for the redeem. I appreciate that. I needed that moral support. I'm just sticking my head out the window. Huh? Anything out here? No? Okay, good. Oh, I see you, Liam.
Now I gotta find my shit again. So I realized
Liam?
that's nothing. Oh,
What's up?
Oh,
Dude,
fuck.
okay, we
Liam,
have
every
all
single
this
time
stuff.
it's you who fucking scares the shit out of me.
Alright, we gotta figure out where these pliers go. Yeah, we gotta figure out where these pliers go. Oh fuck! It's the face
Going
monster.
into the radiation.
Where is it? Wait.
No. It's not on the radiation. I can promise you, it's not on the radiation.
Where's the face
Okay,
monster?
we have
If you go
pliers,
through
we
the
have
store, it's
fuse,
gonna
we
be
have
on the right.
Red moth jelly.
Oh fuck!
My screen is so blurry, bro.
It's because of
Oh,
we
fuck.
passed the monster and the fucking vent.
Are you over here?
Alright,
Turn
we
your
got
lights off?
fires.
Oh, that's probably. You won't be able to see my face though. I'm coming with the pliers.
Come to the TV.
This.
Wait,
Wait, what am I-
for me, I can't see anything.
I've got meds if you need them.
I could use some
I
meds.
can't see. Wait, where are you guys?
Oh,
Guys?
look!
Guys?
Oh, guys.
Huh? Oh, guys, my
Over here.
thing is
Here.
absolutely
Here. Here. I'm jumping.
Where's my phone?
Some of the corpses were found with some anomalies on them. The anomalies are the next.
Marco.
Guys, there's something coming out of the.
Marco has a tattoo on his right arm.
Subject was found without the left ear.
Oh, Marco has
Got the
no
ear.
left ear.
Marco? Okay.
I have a hand and an eyeball.
The previous subject was
Oh,
found
I
without
got the
an
eyeball.
eye.
Oh,
So the one before Marco.
Lena?
The previous subject was found without the nose.
Does somebody have the nose?
nose.
I picked.
I don't have a
Who
nose.
knows?
Okay. What happened? Oh,
That was it.
was it?
The previous
So
subject
what
was
about that?
found
Marco,
without
ear,
the left ear.
Lena, eye, and who was the nose?
Malcolm.
No, Malcolm I.
Malcolm I.
Malcolm I.
Marco, ear, Malcolm, eye.
Lena
The
knows.
previous subject was found without an eye.
But I have a hand too.
The previous subject was found without the nose.
I have fingers and some toes. Yeah. Alright.
We might just have to do the first three first and then deal with the rest later.
Yeah. First three and then maybe another VHS.
So Marco, ear, right? Malcolm, eye, Lennon, nose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, oh, oh.
Oh shit!
I was about to die. I'm about to die.
Your boy gone, bro.
If they can't see me, they can't
Oh
see
shit!
me.
I wonder if I can close this. I gotta pop some pillies. Oh shit! Oh! I thought that was a teammate! Yeah, I shall take the elevator back to space. Goodbye, nerds. Goodbye. Y'all good? Alright, we gotta make sure that all these things are closed.
Where's
Maybe
the
go this
bodies?
way. Dump.
Where are the bodies?
On me.
The bodies are down this way,
On me.
right?
No. Go.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck.
Oh my
Scared
god.
me.
Oh, the face is there,
Are
by the
the-
way.
The face is where?
Okay, let's
I
see.
don't see the face.
You know how to look at
I'm trying not to look at the face.
Here's Marco. Marco, on me.
Marco ear.
I'm looking. Lena's on me.
Where? Wait, where are you? Okay, I got the ear. Interact. Inventory.
Lena knows.
Okay.
I put Lena nose. Wait.
That
Why
light is red.
Oh god.
That locker don't work. How you gonna be posted up in the wide open, bro?
Yo, let's get.
What's the last one?
Malcolm is
fucking
eye,
stances
right?
Yeah, Lena's nose. What?
Amir has.
Amir
Oh, we
broke
did
it.
it. We did it. We did
Wait,
it.
where?
Oh,
Oh,
beside
the mirror,
the TV. Beside the TV.
Yeah.
There's a mirror beside the TV.
Yeah, you remember that one weird wall?
That looked like kind of see-through.
Yeah.
Oh.
To the TV.
Right here.
Okay, red, keep going.
Conserving stamina.
Oh, there's levers. I don't know. I don't want to press them until.
Oh.
Somebody's hitting it.
Turn it all on.
Wait, we might need the fuse. We might need the fuse box.
The scary face.
Read notes.
Where?
Levers. There's multiple levers on the zone, but only 3 can be up at the same time.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh wait, I found the door using the levers. Wait, so this is the right now we're in the place where the mirror was.
Yeah.
I think so.
I'm turning this off.
Scary face.
Turning it off or on?
This one, I turned this one on. Okay, wait. One of us stand near.
Wait,
the,
what's this note?
Only 3 can be up at the same time.
Oh, I gotcha.
Well, the second one turned the. I can't be here, bro. I can't see color.
Okay, I got it. Okay, so the middle one is on now.
Oh, I don't have a radio.
I mean,
Okay,
you
they're
and
all
me.
off. They're all off.
They're all off?
All off. Okay, bottom, it's on. Okay, bottom 2 are on. Just the top is off. Oh, it's on. Let's go.
Oh shit, okay.
Wait, did it work?
Nice.
Yeah, it worked.
Oh, protection suits. We can go to the radiation area.
Oh my
we got
god.
protection suits.
It's lit.
Pick up extinguisher, pick up Geiger counter, and some meds.
Alright, I'll pick up an extinguisher, a Geiger counter.
I put on the radiation suit.
The same. It doesn't actually like obscure vision or anything.
Oh, nice. What is Geiger counter? Useful.
What does this
Check.
do?
What does the extinguisher do? Class C. It can be used to temporarily reduce the radiation of objects.
Interesting.
Alright,
Looks
ready
like
to
we're-
the radiation area.
Yes.
Trust.
We gotta find a key card. I don't remember how we get back.
Come this way.
Yeah, Bo?
Okay, it's kind of red here.
Oh,
Alright, radiation area, friends. I gotta recharge stamina.
Alright, I'm
I'm just gonna walk
batting.
for a little bit.
Adding a bat.
taking a bat.
Alright, this one to the right.
Yep.
Go in, go in.
Oh, I can screwdriver that.
You can screw it.
Oh, we screwing it.
Screw me. Alright, hitting the bat before we get into the radiation area.
What is that humming
What's that
sound?
sound?
Alright,
guys.
read the note over here on the body.
Okay, it says that an X area is fully radioactive, so if anyone wants to enter, a protection suit is required, otherwise the radiation could kill the person. There's a locked door that'll only open if the radiation room is low on level. Well, on low level? To achieve this, a Class D extinguisher is required. It won't eliminate the radiation, but it will decrease the radiation for a short time, about 3 minutes.
Okay, there's
Oh,
a bunch of
wait, monster,
items.
monster, monster! Oh, it's in front! It's in front! It's front! It's front!
Go, 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 go!
Monka, 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 monka!
Wait, no, it's not chasing, not chasing, not chasing, not chasing.
Monka.
Everybody's a little bit blurry.
I think that's just you, bro.
Alright.
Oh, God.
Wait,
It's
Okay, so there's a bunch of
I was
items,
just
right?
there.
There's a
Yeah.
wheelchair, there's papers, there's things like that.
Yeah, there's like a garbage bag on
Wait,
top
wait,
of
wait,
it.
wait, wait, hold up, hold up. Who doesn't have a Geiger counter or an extinguisher?
Everyone's got a
everybody
Geiger
has
counter
both.
extinguisher.
Oh, everybody has
I have
one,
both.
one of each. Okay.
Yeah.
Geiger count, there's 0 radiation right now.
The Geiger counter is supposed to go for the items.
No.
I can have the extinguisher.
And do groups of 2.
These two are not. Probably the wheelchair.
That's not.
Are you guys?
But
The
I
Oh
don't
wheelchair.
have-
shit! I'm hearing monster. I'm
Alright.
hearing monster.
Okay.
Wait, do we need to pick up a radiated item?
Almond
you have to
water.
Spray it with the
Okay, where's the?
Yo, there's an
thing?
almond water and a
on,
radio here. There's an almond water
You
and
gotta
a...
spray it. It's decreased. Alright, we gotta go to the next one. Go to the next one. Go to the next one.
Find the next one.
There's a face here.
Oh, this one. This one right here.
Oh fuck.
This one?
Alright, I had to pop my pills, bro. I was getting too bad.
Yeah, this one over here.
Keep going. Keep going. Alright, it's good.
Alright, to the
This
door.
one, this one, this one, this one too. Keep going. Oh, it's good.
I'm just gonna spray him just in case.
Yeah, this stuff
Where?
on me. That's good.
Alright.
Alright.
There's a open vent above us.
Screwdriver? Screwdriver?
Yeah, I got it.
Alright,
What is
alright, let's
this?
go to the radiation door.
I picked up
Where is
moth
the door?
jelly.
Do you know where it is?
Are you with me?
You picked up moth jelly?
Yeah. The door is this way, no?
It's not this way, it's
Wait,
not
not
here, on me.
We
Oh.
get everything?
It's my face behind us. Oh, it's
Oh,
it's
shit!
and it's both.
Oh shit, I think Ricky died.
Okay, so if you touch it, you automatically die.
I'm in the locker.
Yeah, so if you
Okay.
touch it, you automatically
Already?
die.
The smiley face is
Yeah. The smiley face, if you touch it, you automatically
What do you-
die.
So what do you do?
You just run past it, avoid it. It also makes look at the contamination level.
Oh, we're good, right?
I
Low.
don't know how to
No.
open
It's
it.
gotta be
We
low.
need the key card.
Yes, yeah, we have to
It's
do
at
more.
low.
I think we have to do more.
Where do you look at the contamination level?
The next
It's
to
on
the door
wall.
on the wall.
Oh.
Now let's do teams of 2, fire extinguisher and a Geiger. And then we can just
Yeah,
get them.
fire extinguisher. That's-
Alright, Liam, where you at? Oh, shit, where's Liam?
This thing's good.
Oh, this one.
I think it's
Oh,
here.
you're on the extinguisher, Gallo?
Hey, Liam, you wanna come with me?
Oh, this is good.
What about the rocking chair?
Yeah, where are you? Go,
Yeah.
go, go.
Alright, you wanna be extinguisher?
This corner's...
This one.
This thing, right here. Here.
Oh shit,
Well,
my
alright,
extinguisher.
let's keep going already.
Okay, I'll be extinguisher.
Okay. Not here.
Okay, you're
I'm
good.
out of stamina.
You get both.
We have to go back to wheelchair now.
Oh, shit.
Not here.
Liam,
Ricky, tell me if I found his suitcase. His
You found a what?
and 3 almond milks.
You found a what?
Liam's suitcase is here.
His suitcase. From when he died.
Oh, Liam, your suitcase is over
His
here.
radio. Yo, come here.
To where?
Right here.
Your radio's in here, bro.
I lost this like ages ago.
Oh, this thing.
Oh, I heard
Oh,
an
it's open.
unlock.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Where is it?
This way.
This
Right
way,
here?
this way.
Right here?
Yep.
Yep. Wait, where's Liam? Oh, Liam, where you at?
I mean, I'm here.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize you
I'm
went in
running
first. Trust!
I'm here to die.
Trust.
Is this the exit? Oh, the pliers!
Oh, okay, I can equip that.
What is this?
Oh, I
There's a
dropped the
creature that
pliers.
wanders aimlessly on some backroom
Wait,
zones.
somebody else pick up the pliers.
What?
It didn't let me use them for some reason. Oh, maybe you have to actually use it on the door and not equip it.
It's recently discovered that he can smell blood over long distances, so if you're hurt, you would better heal quickly.
Ah,
Oh, God.
shit.
Almond
Oh,
water
is that-
here. Almond water.
I'm straight almond up, bro. Oh, Liam's in.
Alright, what's in here? Oh, dude, we're going to the next floor. Here we go.
It's time.
How many floors are on
Oh.
this?
Y'all lights turn
This
off
is
too?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on the second level.
Second level. What? I don't remember what happens to the second
Oh,
level.
dude, the ultimate hiding spot.
Hey.
Oh wait, no, never mind. You can't go. Yo, Liam, you good?
If you step on the panel,
Yeah,
the door
let's go
opens.
through.
Alright, trust.
What is this?
Trust fall!
Oh, Wait, what's in this door though? It's locked. Okay, come here.
Trust
come,
fall.
Gabo.
Oh shit. Hey yo. Hey yo, somebody out here?
Oh, fuck it. Wait, are we on floor 3 now?
We fell
We're
down.
on the
I have
parking
no
lot
fucking
level.
clue. I don't remember what's what anymore.
I'm using my radio.
Let's see.
Correct.
It's radio time.
Jesus. A long distance. A what?
Where?
I'm
The Skinwalker. It'll.
I'm
It's hungry.
The fuck?
Valve.
What's the Skinwalker?
I'm in a locker.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna...
What's this over here?
I got
Oh, there's pills.
Oh, I found a valve. I can turn this.
Screwdriver.
Oh
Oh,
shit!
the Skinwalker! Watch out,
Run.
watch out, watch out. Oh, why is it green? Where are you? Oh shit.
Yeah, no,
It's over here now.
get in some
Oh
closets.
my god, there's multiple. Am I by myself?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. I just saw them kill one. Okay, there's one on
Yeah, that was
the
dumb.
left side and there's one on the right side.
I have to turn this valve. Somebody has to.
It's in front of us. Are we just like trapped here? With it?
Trust.
It's walking towards you?
Okay.
Run, 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 run!
I'm running. I'm running. I'm running.
Run. Keep going, you've got another one on you.
Oh no!
Oh god. Oh fuck, you scared the shit out of me.
I'm about to die. I'm dead. I'm so dead.
Hi, you scared me?
Oh, I'm so dead. Ricky took a locker.
Hey, go back to the locker.
Okay, be careful. Run, run! Nico, run!
I closed it. I closed the valve.
Okay, I think, okay, it was in
Oh,
this
Liam
corner
died,
over here.
Liam died,
This way,
Liam
this way,
died.
this way.
Oh, it's coming
Sorry,
after you,
Mom.
Dom.
Okay.
Pop in a locker. Alright, Dom, you're going towards
We
the
can go
locker.
through the door now. Where's the locker? Okay.
Oh, somebody's getting smoked on. Somebody's getting smoked on.
Oh no, oh no.
Pop in the locker.
I'm good.
Alright.
Yeah.
Alright, Gabster, we gotta go.
Okay, I will. Okay, we gotta go.
What is that?
Oh fuck! It turned back on!
Fuck that.
I'm deceased.
Dude, what's
Who
happening?
are you? The valves, the thing came back on.
Oh, you have to turn it and then dip. Oh, Liam's back.
Nice. There's one back there. If you're hurt, it will attack you. We have to turn the valves
I need
again.
this locker. I need this locker.
Take the locker, take the locker, take the locker.
Wait, why?
No, that
Where
Liam
did
said
the handle? Where did the handle go?
it should still be there.
I have two handles.
I don't have one.
I don't have a handle.
Where are you?
I'm in the locker.
Is there only one locker?
2. One on
Wait,
each
what's the
side.
handles? What's the handles?
I don't have a valve.
Okay.
Valve on me. Valve on me.
I don't have one.
Oh my god, they both have valves, but they're dying.
Oh wait, Liam, there's a third locker down here.
I'm stuck. Oh,
Look, there's another locker.
They both have the valves. Alright, I'm taking that valve off for dead body.
You good? Oh shit, he's getting chased.
Oh, I'm dead.
He's facing it. Dude, take the locker. Go straight and to the right.
Oh, I'm out of stamina. Goodbye.
Damn it.
We have to take it off his body. Oh shit! I'm taking the locker.
Give me the valve.
The valve is on Dom's body.
do you want it? Here, take one.
Unplug this off. Oh.
Wait, you guys are chasing the monster?
I know.
Do I turn?
Alright. Alright, let's go. Go. Hit the burst.
Wait, it's still on though.
Oh, it's still on? Alright.
Yeah.
No, there's no valve on me.
I don't have a valve.
Dog. Valve, go.
Oh. Oh shit! Shit! Oh shit! Oh, you taking that one? Oh, crazy! Wait, hop out, please. Thank you. Run. Wait, what do you mean? I survived and you have full stamina. Alright, now run back into the locker.
Oh no. I don't have stamina.
Wait, can you get to a locker?
Dead, I'm gone.
Live to fight another day. Oh, there's 3 lockers on this floor.
Yeah.
It's coming after one of you guys.
Alright. I'm in the attack.
You
Good
go.
night.
You go. I'm going in this one.
Alright. I've countered.
Is that all the valves?
Yeah, the door's good. We gotta wait. I don't know where Gabby is though.
You need garage access to open this door.
Oh shit.
What the fuck does that mean? Oh, we gotta go all the way back up.
Oh,
Bad thing.
we fell down here. Maybe it's on one of the bodies.
Garage access. Huh?
There are random bodies on the floor.
I have the garage access card, by the way.
Oh, yeah, we need it. We need it. Go.
Standing right next to you.
Yeah, let's go.
That whole thing.
Go to the door. Go to the door.
Let's go. To the door.
Wait, hold up. I have to do stamina. I'm having taking a bath.
Ah! Shit! Oh god! Oh no way, you're taking that from me.
Look, after what happened last time, I think I deserve it.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, I died.
Alright, bye.
Oh. Honestly, that's fair. That's fair, dude. I haven't died in a long time. Alright, I'm running.
Me too. Let's go.
I closed the door on the dude.
Nice. I'm out of stamina. Oh, there's something. Oh, Ricky.
Oh shit, we gotta go. We gotta turn back. Okay, I tanked it. I tanked it.
I did.
Oh, I got hit again.
What did we do?
Wait. Oh god, I'm gonna die again.
I am too. Fuck.
Oh. Wait, where am I? Where's the door? Where is he? I don't know where he went. Did you end up making it? Oh. Did you end up making it into the locker?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hi. Hello? You can come out of the locker. Oh no, you can't. Go back in, go back in. Oh,
Gabbo, come to the door.
no, he's at the door. He's at the fucking door. I'm slowed. I'm slowed. Yo, I. Open the fucking door. Go close it.
Wait, where is Gabby dead?
No, she's still in the locker back there.
Alright, she's a lost cause.
Yo, we have no.
Yeah, he's coming down that hallway, Gab.
The door. It's towards.
Okay, so.
You're gonna have to. Yeah. That monster. Do you have ultimate?
Yes.
Honestly, we could lure the monster here
My inventory while I'm in the locker.
and then have her run up behind the monster and then just tank a hit and run through the door and close it.
Guys, I don't have that much health left. I only have one more almond water.
I'm out.
It's in the hallway. What do I do?
Alright, we gotta take it
Suffer.
for her.
Do I just have to run past it or what?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Hit the button! Hit the button!
Oh god,
Oh shit! Oh, stay back!
I have one almond water.
Oh god! He's coming! Dude, where is this door? Alright, let me scout ahead. I'm
You just use.
Did we all die? I can't believe it.
Ricky, there's a monster in the elevator. It's coming here. You better fucking run.
All right, I'm dipping. I'm dipping. We have to lock it in this area.
They're in the next area? Oh,
Wait,
it's
where's
with
Liam?
them.
Liam, where are you at? Oh, I think
Monster's with them.
I think it took him. Or at least certain that monster just took Liam.
Wait, Liam's still dead?
I think he just died.
I just saw somebody.
Yeah, no, Liam's dead as fuck. Yeah, Liam was dead as fuck.
Wait, yeah, maybe? But the monster's like all the way with them.
Yeah. We're coming back to the garage.
Oh,
I'm coming back. Yo. No, it's not falling.
Okay.
Oh shit, I need to start popping these pillies.
What the fuck is going on with my graphic, bro? People are popping my perp.
Same.
That monster is behind that gate.
Is it stuck?
I mean, it's like beyond the gate and up the stairs. I think we just. I think. Did Liam get revived?
I'll do it outside area, and then you guys, and then hopefully.
Oh no, Liam's body. Did you just see him run by?
Where is it?
Up the stairs and then down the hall.
Alright, so I'm pretty damaged up, so I'm gonna try to bait it. I don't see it. You have a flashlight? It just got really bright.
No, I think it's just
Hold
that
up, I gotta pull out this trusty.
We gotta try and bait it back to the gate and try to lock it outside.
Or we could just tank it and run through. We have to wait for Liam though.
There, it's right there, it's right there, it's right there.
I'm tanking it. I'm dipping. Oh shit, it's chasing somebody.
I think
Oh shit, it's chasing us! Go. Get into the fucking elevator. Oh, I'm dead. Wait, can somebody tank this? Can somebody tank this?
I'm dead.
I'm out of lives. Okay. That was my last life. Bro, what is up with that monster? I can't even with it, dude. Why I gotta spawn down here? can't see.
Alright, guys.
It's okay.
Press the button! Press the fucking button!
Which button?
We need the one. Press the one. Got it. Oh, I think I took your box.
I took Liam's by accident.
Oh my god, there's another.
Of
I only
course,
have
there's
2
more.
lives left.
I have none.
I have no lives left.
Oh, that's trippy.
Whoa.
Oh, this is what the fuses are for, probably. Dude, it's so dark.
Oh, it opened.
What's that?
Oh wait, no, that goes to the old place. That goes
Can
to
you
the.
guys see anything?
I can.
It's dark. I can see some things. Oh,
A
there's
birthday party. Yeah. Birthday.
Let's fund the guests.
Huh. Okay, but how fun though?
Dude, it's so dark.
So dank. Oh shit! Fuck balls! Somebody's inside!
Run, run, run.
Dude, I can't. I don't have sprint. I'm gonna die.
Oh, yo, there's a locker.
There's a monster right here. You have to tank it. Somebody tank it.
Sprint.
Tank it.
I'll tank it.
I got it.
Oh,
Okay,
go hide.
Okay, thank you. Holy shit, that was my last life.
Oh shit. Who just died?
Who? Oh shit, Liam
Yep.
died. That was his last life.
Oh, was it really?
Wait, do we share lives?
No.
No.
We individually have 10 lives.
Dude, I can't see jack shit.
Wait, are you running past me? I'm very hurt.
I'm beyond hurt right now. What's poppin'?
Dude,
Oh god, I, don't
can't
have any almond water.
see anything.
Can you turn up your brightness?
Can I? Hold up, I'm gonna hide while I
Where are you guys?
I'm hiding in a locker.
Me too.
What happens when you fully die?
Huh?
What happens when you fully die?
I don't know. Has he said anything in the Discord?
I'm hiding.
Is a monster coming by you?
No, I hear footsteps though. I can't tell if they're
Oh,
the
that
monsters or not.
motherfucking down. It's by Dom, I think.
I can hear lockers opening and closing. Oh, I can hear it.
You heard the piddle paddle of the footies?
Huh?
Good bro.
What?
Good waifu.
Oh, thank you. I was like, oh shit. I was like, while I'm raving in this locker, I might as well roll. Oops. Where? Oh, I can hear it. I think it's by me.
No, definitely by me. I hear some pitter patters.
I definitely hear some pitter patters.
Alright, I'm gonna trust that it's on your side.
Well, the pitter patters are getting quieter. Did you just open a locker?
Yes.
Wait. You're next to Liam? Wait, where? I'm here. I can hear you.
Oh, I found the fuse box. Guys, come to me. The fuses.
Where?
Guys,
Hello?
I hear you through the
guys,
wall.
come to my voice. Just I don't know how, but get to
Anybody?
me. I put one fuse in the fuse box. Gabo, I found the fuse box. Wait, hello?
Okay.
Are you in proximity?
Yes.
Come wherever you guys are. Come to my voice. The
Oh,
fuse
there's a
box.
door that
I put
that's
one
not
out
opening.
of 4. Come to my voice.
I'm trying.
Liam was right.
What happens when he's dead?
They see stuff. Oh,
Wait,
you found
Liam?
me?
Like, is
Liam's
dead?
AFK, I think. No, he's AFK.
Oh wait,
Wait,
he's
no, he's
alive.
dead.
No, he's dead.
Yeah.
Wait, Where's his box? We need to get the fuse.
It's on
Okay,
him.
I picked up the fuse. I left everything else in there. Come. We need to turn these lights on, bro.
What does the note say?
I put one.
Oh. I can't bro. We need. How do you see the note? There's no light. Some pop
Let's
and
see.
pay.
Emergency fuse
Or no,
to put
you
on a
drink it.
toolbox located in a room with a red door.
It's a good thing that we found these fuses on the first floor.
Yeah. You already take his fuses?
Put yours in here.
Oh, I got you.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Okay. Is that a good or thing or a bad
Does
thing?
anyone have almond water?
I took Liam's. I'm
yes,
dropping
yeah.
it.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Thank you.
Yo, I'm hearing the pitter pattering of feet. Good luck. You can hear his ass
When
through the
did
wall,
Liam
no?
die?
Right in front of this door.
Oh my god. That fucking. Wait, what did the fuses do?
It turned on the
Fuses
lights.
did jack shit. Oh, the doors were just closed. Alright, we need to find the password.
I'm gonna take Liam's consumables. Like the hand and the.
Oh, the things are on now.
Oh my god.
Computers are on, but I don't think they say anything important.
Oh, pitter patter. Coming from that way.
Which way? Which way? Which way?
I don't know, but
He's through
is
this
mine.
wall for sure. Oh, he's down there. Alright, I'll take this one then, shit.
Ricky, you still hear the patter?
No, but I see Liam's shadow.
I
You,
can hear him.
you can come down this hallway. You guys can come down. You guys can come down. Oh shit! Psych! 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 Psych!
Oh, I can hear someone shaking him.
Oh, he's walking right in front of me.
It was entity number 67. A humanoid being has in backrooms and likes to trick people with pop objects. But at the end, the entity will kill them and then it will collect their corpses, turning them into a bloody piece of human flesh and bone in order to convert them into cakes. It said the best option is run immediately. So don't go to the party booths.
So don't go into the party rooms?
The party boops?
The party booths.
Oh, okay.
Wait,
I hear the
so
power. It's literally right outside.
so what are we supposed to do? What's
I'm better with it. Okay, but if you see a red balloon, run away from the red balloons.
Oh shit, I'm so dead.
Oh no!
Oh, that wasn't me. Alright.
I heard it growl at something.
It's on me. It's on me right now.
Alright. We have to look for key cards, I believe. There's a bunch of
It's right
NCAs.
outside my door.
It's on me still.
Liam's body's still here.
Are you hurt?
Is he alive or something?
What happened?
What?
I don't know if he's got a
Oh, wait.
Oh, you can interact with this computer here. Oh fuck, he's pitter pattering.
You can hear it. It's literally like going back and forth between, like, in front of this door. Oh, Nico, run.
Oh fuck, 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 fuck.
Yeah, it's chasing
Alright,
off.
I'm inside a locker.
Oh, that's Ricky?
Yeah.
It's literally walking back and forth.
It's
outside
walking
the door, and
past
I
me.
can't get out.
You can. I think you can hop out your locker.
I know, I'm in the door with the fuse.
Yeah, no, he's walked past that. He's in the computer room, the big computer room, with a bunch of computers lined up.
Nico, is that you?
Yeah, we're back on
Yeah, here. There's a terminal here.
The party balloons. Oh god, that's...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're back on level 2, guys. Come this way. Look at this.
We need a password.
This is where we were.
Yeah, but we need a password. Oh, yeah, we need a
You
password.
found the password?
No, I haven't found it, but we need one to get into one of the computers.
Searched the bookshelves, but I couldn't find anything. By the way, just if you see birthday party stuff, just run away.
Yep.
If you want to look at the note, it's right here, I believe. Right here.
Oh, is there almond water right there?
Is there? I have. Yo, do you guys need anxiety meds? I have 5. I'm dropping 2.
I have full. The computer rooms have a ton of anxiety meds.
I'll take them.
I have no almond water, but I have 3
same.
anxiety meds left.
Here, you take one of mine. Here.
Oh fuck! He saw me. He saw me.
There's 2 lockers in this area. Okay, 1. Just that one.
There's one over here, like right in front of me.
Yeah. Where is he?
It's right around to this corner to the left earlier. Last time I saw him. Yeah, I'm going forward. Are you guys? I'm in the computer room, like the ones with the rows of computers.
What the fuck is this?
Oh shit, Liam's
I
back.
hear pitter patter.
What?
Dude, are you out of lives?
Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh, shit, dude. Fuck.
Dude, I am so lost.
Now I'm schmoovin'. I'm schmoovin'.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see you.
I got schmovement, homie. Oh my god. Hey, this one's got like a letter on it.
Where?
Yeah, I saw this, but I don't know.
What letter?
Liam can be our angel from above that helps us.
This one's also got a letter. This one's got 2 titties on it.
Where?
Oh? Poggers?
Keep going.
Other room, I'm
Oh,
assuming.
behind us.
There's titties over here.
There's a K.
Titties.
Dumb shit's lopsided, bro. Okay, mountain. Mountain K.
Hey, yo!
It's in front of
Yo,
me.
Flesh
No,
Monster!
No, it's okay.
Flesh
It's
Monster,
walking
come
away.
here.
It's walking away. No, it's walking away.
Come here!
Nico,
Oh,
please,
ass.
No, don't do it, please. Live for me.
It's walking away.
No, that motherfucker
Yes, please.
is hearing and feeling right now.
Probably using anxiety meds. I've been staring at that bitch for a minute. What's this one? Oh, the titties.
Yep.
What does this stuff mean? Oh, this one has a K on it.
Yeah, K titty alpha, bro. Alpha. Alpha K titty.
Hey, did you guys put on the party hats and stuff?
No? Oh, should I put it on? I'm pretty sure that'll kill me.
I found a blue door that needs a key card past the computers.
That's where the monster went.
You guys got radios?
Alright. Scout for me while I try to use this computer.
Oh, there you are.
Okay, I'm gonna need your help, Gabby.
You coming?
No, I'm gonna need somebody's help. This is color coded. Oh, he's fucking walking, bro.
Oh, there's a square here.
No, run! I'm taking this one because he's chasing me.
I will take that one. I'm dead.
Oh, he's in
They're
front of
dead?
me. He's in front of me. He's in
No, I
front of me.
tanked him. Alright, if you keep running through the computer room, Dom.
He's going back to the computer room. I think he's walking out of the computer room.
Okay. I got hit once, but it's okay.
You need the almond water?
No, I don't need almond water yet. I only got hit once. I'm pretty sure it's
I can hear it growling.
Jesus Christ.
Titty Alpha K.
Oh fuck me, dude. It's fucking me shit up.
M A
Nico, where are you?
I'm in a locker.
Hello?
M A
Did
K.
you die?
No, he's in a locker. M A K.
It's for me, it's in here, it's in here. Hello? You guys. Hello?
Oh shit!
Guys, it's here, it's here.
It's
in
here.
the
It's
hallway.
definitely here. It's going back towards the terminal. So where's Dom?
I have no idea.
Dom, you alive?
Doko.
Right here.
It's in front of me, it's in front of my locker. I'm in the locker in the
Oh,
little
somebody's
alcove.
inside.
Yeah.
Okay, it's going back, but it's. I think it's staring at us again.
I'm going.
Oh, it's going away. A little beat up, so it's gonna run after my ass once it gets hungry.
Okay.
Where is it?
I feel like I should turn into a ghost and just look and just scout.
Liam's scouting.
There's an open slaughter.
Hello?
Yo. Alright, get on that computer. This computer right here.
Computer?
Oh wait,
Oh, I
I'm
hear
hearing
it.
steps.
Yep, come on, come on, come on.
But somebody needs to color code this shit.
Computer?
Yeah, I
If you,
got you.
if you go through, there's that terminal literally right in front of it in the open.
What about it?
You have to get on it. You can see the sticky notes at the bottom.
I'm on it. Okay, I got it, I got it.
What colors?
Red,
Red is
green,
one,
blue,
green,
yellow.
2. Yeah.
Okay,
Red,
the
green,
letters
yellow,
here
and
are
gray
are
and white. 5 is white.
yeah, the
Hey,
letters.
it's blue.
I know M is probably red.
Alright guys, I'm gonna do something for science. If I die, I die.
Not if I do something for science first, bitch.
M is red. Wait, tell me the colors of the...
M is red.
M is red.
Blue is K.
How do I back? Blue is K. I need the green first.
E.
E.
Try that.
What's the fourth?
Oh, you need yellow, white. Oh shit. Never mind. Never mind. That's not right then.
Hold up. I gotta hide real quick. There's other computers in the building. Yeah, there are other computers in the building.
Motherfucker, I'm so dead. Goodbye, guys.
Where are you?
T is green or yellow.
O is white.
O is white.
Yeah.
Is it near the computer?
Yeah. T is
Yellow.
green. Wait,
I'm
Liam,
dead,
do you
dude.
see
I
me?
can't see shit.
What color is this?
T is green.
T is green. Okay, I'm going back towards the computer.
It's coming towards the terminal. I'm hiding for now.
It'll pop a pill, bro.
So
Oh.
I hear like the footsteps,
No, dumb.
but I hear like a pitter patter, but I also hear the original.
Oh, he's right
footsteps.
around this corner.
Here shit.
T is green.
It's right in front
I have
of
a
me. Can you
Ricky,
hear
I have a
me?
party hat, bro.
Hello?
Oh, you too?
Can you see it?
E. E is
Yeah, it's.
Oh, you do have a party hat.
Yeah.
I didn't even see it.
All right.
I meant if you unequip the suit.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I'm hiding, Dom.
I'm dead.
You might want to unmute if you dead. Oh wait, no, he has lives. Must be nice. just fucking standing at the terminal, bro. What's up with that? He's literally spawn camping. Oh shit. Oi. Back off, mate.
Is that an M?
Yes. M is
That's supposed to be
M is
sideways
red.
B.
Oh, it could be sideways B.
B. So what the fuck would that be?
E K MTK A
Ricky, can you hear me?
yes.
It's coming back towards you. It's coming back through the computer room. I think I can hear the pitter pattern.
Okay, I'm going back. Hiding. BAKTO? Fuck it, for science.
Red monkey.
I'm pretty sure it's like in the little alcove area.
Yeah, red might be B.
Okay. E
Green is definitely T. Blue's pretty sure it's K.
Damn it.
What's that?
One of them's O.
White is O. Or gray is O.
Yellow or gray is O.
I'm pretty sure
Yellow
yellow.
or gray is
Ye-
Gray is O. Gray is O, and it's coming.
Okay, gray is
Alright, it's
O.
on me.
On you? Oh shit. I have to run to the other side then.
So it should be BTKO. It's either MTKEO
Oh wait, you
or
just ran past me.
BTKEO.
Hey,
I'm
five.
really going insane.
There's 5. It's either MTKEO or BT.
is it E
It's
or?
still in the bookshop
or is it
area.
Oh yeah.
It's going back towards the terminal.
Oh fuck! Go, get in the locker. Get in the locker. Oh shit! I'm taking the wrong locker.
I have an idea.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh god, I can open the door.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, it's here.
Dom died.
What happened to Dom?
He was physically deceased upon.
Oh no. How would they get a fish to leave me?
He's in the terminal room. Oh, that's my stuff. Becto? Alright, watch for me.
Yep. Okay, there's a ghost behind you.
E.
I hear feet. I hear feet. Ricky?
It's B something K
E.
E O.
BT.
BTKEO?
Wait. Don't go. Don't
Yeah, I
go.
said that.
Yeah. I'm trying to like make sure I don't die.
Suck a cock.
BTKEO.
Okay, I'm watching you.
No, that's not it.
BTKOE.
It's on my ass again, motherfucker.
Oh no. Run.
Nope.
I'm out of
Oh, shit.
stamina.
Fuck.
You got in? Okay, good.
I'm in the locker. It's right in front of me.
Yeah.
It's near you guys.
No, no, no. You don't want that smoke. You don't want the smoke. Go, 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 go. Dude, I need him to leave me alone, bro.
Yellow's either E or it's O.
I think yellow is E. T is green.
I think yellow's O. Yeah.
It literally won't leave.
Dude, the gray and the yellow look the same.
You think it spells something?
E or M. Okay.
Oh, yellow. What was it? Yellow get E? And then O.
Okay.
Oh, I got it wrong. It's not BTKEO.
BTK. Oh no. MTKOE. That one.
M E
I can hear
K
it coming back.
O E. Enter. Wrong. Where did you find the red one?
Guys.
It's only B. T.
Other side of the computer.
That's not,
The
that's,
other.
It's not a K. Oh, I don't know what other letter that could be.
I think yellow's E.
K and B are on the other side. You're running towards where K and B.
It's right there. It's right there. It's right there.
Check.
Oh, that's a V.
For what?
Blue is V.
It was V. Okay. So
Be careful.
it's B.
Yeah, I think it's a V.
Oh, he's coming.
Run, Ricky, run,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
run. Oh, fuck.
I'm getting hit.
I'm getting hit.
I'm gonna die. Oh, you made it to that locker.
Take this locker.
I have to. I'm slow. I'm slow.
Hey, keep walking. I have full stamina.
It's walking by me. I have no idea.
Tell me if it's coming back to the terminal. What?
Blue is V. I'm pretty sure blue is
It's coming
V.
to Ricky. Stay in there. It's coming towards me. I'm gonna go into this locker all the way to the end.
All right. I'm on the other side. You think it's V?
Yeah, I think it's V. I don't think it's K.
See that?
Because, like, how are you gonna define between a V and a U?
The guy's near me.
A D and a U?
A V and a U.
I feel like there's gotta be a note that explains this. Actually, no. There's no explanation for this.
Okay, so walking back towards me.
I think it's a V.
V or B?
V.
As in
Like
Vishal?
vagina.
Oh.
Pretty sure the red one is a B.
Yeah, it's definitely a V for bitches.
Wait, so
I
we're
think-
supposed to look at sideways?
I think so.
Okay.
Pretty sure, yeah, it's a B.
You look at it
I think
sideways.
the blue is still a K though.
B T V E O.
B, yeah. T. K.
Yeah, try V.
Oh, B, okay.
And then yellow.
Yeah, try
And then
E.
O.
Try O. Look at that.
Oh, strong.
BTV. No, try again.
BTVEO, right?
BTVOE. Try.
Does
Oh.
that work?
TVOE. Wrong. Dude, what the fuck is going on? Have you seen all the computers? Some of them have useful information. Okay, but how the fuck do we decode this information? Are they just the letters? Oh shit, it's after me. Someone's inside!
I'm in there! I'm in there!
Are you dead?
No, he's not dead. It's running towards you. You died?
No, I might if it hits me again.
It's going near you. It's going towards where you went.
I'm on the other side of the closed door, and I don't think it walks down this hallway.
Praise. Oh.
Did you just run past me?
Yo, what the fuck is this?
Where did you go? Oh, there.
Bro, have you guys been to the area that's upside down?
Oh, it's the balloon.
Oh,
We're supposed
fuck.
to go near there, right?
I just killed myself.
What happened?
Oh, I didn't die. I'm about to die though.
Oh shit, big man.
Dude, I cheesed it.
Okay, Gabby.
I opened the door and hid behind it.
Oh, Nico. Oh!
Oh no, I'm sorry, Gabby.
Oh, please don't see me. Please don't see me. Please don't. It's Emies. Excuse me.
Dude, no. The arrows show the code, but it's a flipped room. Oh shit! Wait, what? Safe box. How to put in code without releasing the cylinder? No. Start turning similar.
Gabby died.
I might die soon.
Terminal. It went back towards the terminal area. You should be fine.
And my fucking roof is what it is.
I have a mental map of this entire place, but I don't understand fucking computer codes.
Dom, you wanna come check this out with me?
I kinda do, but I don't want to be in the same area in case the monster comes.
Where are you?
I'm still working on trying to figure out what the fuck these computer codes mean.
There's the upside down
I'm
room.
going to hop off and go to bed because I need a nap.
Okay.
Good night.
Dom, where are you?
I'm by the bookshelves. I'm at the terminal now, basically. Oh,
You wanna check the upside down room with me?
okay, let's go.
Is Gabby full
Last I
dead?
checked, the monster left this area. I don't know. So this is the green T, right? It has to be a T. Even if it's sideways, it looks like a T.
Yeah.
Yep, are you full dead?
Yeah.
I'm closing
No,
this
I'm not
door.
full dead, but I can't find the freaking thing. The door.
50.
I think I only have one life left.
Oh shit.
But I think I'm
50?
also gonna have to call it.
Okay.
Okay.
'Cause it's quite late.
It is getting pretty late. We can play some other time. Because we can start from chapters.
You can?
Yeah. Okay.
I have one life left.
We play it
Hello?
out. 50, 70,
Hello?
20.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello. 50.
I think I'm gonna have to call it soon, you guys.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, good. We can continue from where we were. Like next time.
What the fuck is this now?
Oh god.
Dom, can you get on the safe?
Okay, how does this work? 60?
It ends at 60. Arrow shows the
I'm sure it doesn't
code.
start at 60.
It could start at 60
Sure,
and
it
go
doesn't start.
backwards. But the arrow, the last arrow points at this 60. All right. Like 50. See, as soon as you enter the room.
Okay, yeah. If we start at 50, right, and then we go towards 70.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, what's that sound, bro?
I don't know.
50, 70, 20. 30. Alright, I'm gonna try 50, 70, 20, 30, 60. You got it?
It's not letting me turn this dial. Oh, it is. Never mind. Like, this is super weird. Can you try to figure that out? How to turn the dial in the first place?
Where are you guys?
We're in the upside here. No, I will go guide.
I keep trying to get out of the stalker, and every freaking time the freaking thing comes back.
Oh, I'm here.
Be careful, because I can hear it.
Oh,
Are you here?
I'm right next to you.
Okay. Where's my party hat?
Sorry, bud.
Oh, God.
You figure out how to turn it?
How to turn it?
Yeah, I know how to turn it. You have to basically move your mouse off the screen to keep holding, and just hold it down. I'm pretty sure it should be 50, 70, 20, 30, 60.
Yeah. Unless you do it backwards, because
you
it
hit
said the room is
50.
flipped.
Okay, so
Or you could turn the other way starting.
no, it doesn't matter which direction you turn. I think
You
you
have
just have to alternate.
Yeah. Oh, does it not matter? Oh.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just have to alternate. That's all that matters. 50, 70, 20, 30, 60. What's the opposite of that?
I can go backwards. 60.
Okay, I got it. Okay,
Oh.
let's try 60.
30.
And then 70. And 50. Got it. It's open.
Oh, nice. Good
Nice.
job.
What's inside?
Okay, I got a motion tracker and an ABECE Abcadary Codex. It may be used to decipher a long code.
Oh, you the cards.
Yep. Here, hold up. I'm screenshotting this, right?
Okay.
I'm gonna put this in the general chat. Wait, does Gabby have access to this chat?
Yeah.
Or are you an OG general?
Yeah. Hold on. I got it. Yep. Okay, I got it.
Also, I'm dropping in almond milk and some of this. I'll also have a motion tracker, a useful device that will show you where the nearest monster is. Okay, I'm using it right now.
Oh, this is what we fucking needed?
Yo, S is an
It's
Among
11
Us
meters.
character. Alright, so it's...
Wait, there's 4 monsters. You guys.
How do you know it's 4
Wait,
monsters?
No, there's 4 monsters. I have a motion tracker.
Damn. I've only seen one, but I heard something run through the walls.
5 monsters apparently.
So
They're all like on the other side. Oh God.
The code is
What a
U
blurry
A
vision.
B D U A D F U A D T F.
What the fuck is that? Okay, y'all ready?
Trust. Go first.
Blue.
Wait, Don. Wait. Wait, Ricky.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure the code is UADTF or U.
Hey guys, if we walk slowly, I should be able to. I can scan for monsters. Oh wait. 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock. 18 meters.
There's a locker in this room.
There's a locker in this right here too. On me, there's a locker. 14. Oh, it's going away. 18 meters. It's still 11 o'clock. I think it's around the corner at 14.
Yeah.
I hear
12
the,
meters.
I'm
Yeah,
hearing
it's
the
right
footsteps.
around that corner. Yeah, it's gonna round the corner probably. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming.
Somebody hide in the locker.
Hide, Gabo, hide.
I'm hiding.
I'm in the upside down room.
Okay, I'm hitting the other locker. UADTF. I just need him to fucking like leave the premises.
I think he's gone.
He's walking towards the terminal.
radar. Okay, yeah. We can come out the lockers. I don't see him on the radar.
Bro, it's so.
11 o'clock.
Yep.
Oh, he's going towards the locker still. Or the terminal. He's around the corner, Ricky. Oh, Ricky's gunning it.
I'm hearing footsteps. I don't know where he is.
I lost the signal.
Alright. Like around the corner. Okay. Alright, he went through the door.
Alright. Okay, nothing on the radar. You can go for it. Wait. Blip.
Wait.
It's in the room with
open.
a lot of
It's
computers.
open.
A blue door.
That's all the way at the
Blue door.
end. That's all the way at the end, past the fucking computers.
That way?
Yeah, this way.
Monster's that way. The monster's like 5 meters in front of us, bro. It's around the corner. Okay, no, it's further away now.
I think it went through a vent.
The vent?
I heard.
Oh yeah, it vented, bro.
I heard something that sounded like a
It's on
vent.
the other side of this wall. It's where the blue door is, bro.
Okay.
Guarding the blue door.
Okay, I'm baiting it. Go past me. Wait, no, don't go past me. Good luck.
Oh.
Hello?
I'm in the blue door room. There's a pool of water.
Okay, the monster's going through.
Yeah, I'm going to the blue door
It's
room.
electric. It's electric.
The monster's going back through the computer.
Um,
If when you can, do you think you can come to the blue door room?
Yeah, I'm trying.
I don't know how we're supposed to.
oh wait, what the fuck does the moth jelly do for you?
Yeah, I don't have it. Did you eat it?
Yeah, you eat it.
Okay, I'm here. Where are you?
I have no idea how we cross this.
I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit.
You're gonna die.
No, with the moth jelly you don't die.
Oh.
I have moth jelly.
Don't have moth jelly.
Oh shit, I'm coming back and I'm just gonna drop it.
Do you have a lot?
I have one.
I got Bugle.
Alright, go.
Did
You
you
eat it?
or did you just walk?
Yeah, you
eat it, you eat it.
Alright, good luck. Maybe you can turn off the electricity.
I could try. I don't see anything though. Dom, do you not have moth jelly?
Did you find something to turn off the electricity?
No. Well, I mean, to pull it,
Wait, there's a note over here.
what is?
Oh, it's about another entity. This creature consists of multiple limbs. They don't have eyes and ears, so the only way to be attacked by these creatures is by getting very close to them. They are very dangerous and sneaky. They move in groups searching for food. It's a good idea to always use a motion trigger to prevent attacks from these creatures.
Wait, Dom, do you not have moth jelly? Do you have moth jelly?
No.
I don't have any. Did you want to check Liam's body?
Wait, it's off, isn't it? It's off.
Oh, it's
Right?
off. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Should I just because I have should be rubber.
Sure. Biscuit for the
I
biscuit.
feel like the game's gonna be like, nah. Are you dying?
No, I'm good.
Oh, nice.
Wait, you had moth jelly earlier. Did you use it?
No, I.
Oh. Interesting. Did you?
Yeah, but hazmats too, so actually okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so I can't see the monsters, but you can detect them using the sensor. Hey, Dom?
They don't have eyes and ears.
Yeah.
They're very dangerous and sneaky. They move in groups searching for food. So I should use the.
Yeah, you motion
Oh, I
sense them.
can
there's
see,
a
wait, you
fuck
can
ton of
see,
them.
like where the water splashes a little bit. I just saw.
Oh,
some
okay, so I have to lead you guys through because I know where they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they move?
Okay, wait, hold up. No, I don't think they do.
I'm just gonna literally follow your
way?
footsteps.
I'm just waiting for the blips to pop up. Alright, cheek to cheek, guys.
Oh, I
I
see
don't-
it. I see it. I see it. I see it.
You see it?
Yeah, I saw hands and feet wiggle.
Oh,
I
damn.
don't think they move.
Yeah, they probably don't move. It's probably like a minefield or something.
Oh god, go back, go back, go back. They move, they move, they move!
What the fuck does back mean? Are we backing up into some monsters?
Just follow me.
You can see if you look
They,
closely.
they
you
keep
can see
moving,
it.
bro. They actually move around.
We have to literally be inside of Dom.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Ricky, this is what I've been waiting for.
Oh, I see it over there. It's by that pillar.
Yeah.
I can't see
Yep,
shit.
Yep. Just follow my name tag.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Red door all the way over there. Keep following, keep coming. Keep going, follow me, just follow me. just
Bro, Maya?
oh. Okay, this way.
What?
Cabo died.
Is she out of lives? I think.
I think that was her last life.
We need to go.
I'm sorry, Gabo. I didn't guide my sheep well enough. Oh, wait, she's alive. Oh god. Wait, hold up. We have to go back.
I'm back, bitches.
Trust.
We're coming to you.
Hello?
Oh,
You guys.
wait.
I'm waiting.
Back up a bit.
I'm so scared.
Gabby, where are you? God, I can't see them.
She made-
Hello? You guys.
Wait, where are you?
Wait, we're coming back. There's a lot of them. God, there's
Where
so
are
many.
you? Where are you?
I'm at the beginning.
You're at the beginning.
It spawned me at the beginning. This is
I
my
really-
last
Oh.
life.
Take me to the end and go back, I guess.
I'll go
No,
back
it's
for
okay.
Gabby. You go forward, Ricky. Look,
Or
we
maybe
need
there's a
fucking
door.
keycard.
Maybe there's a door.
We need a key card though.
Red access card. Is it in the pool?
Yeah, it's in there.
Oh, did you go back? Wait, there's no way you're literally wall running this shit. No shot, dude.
Oh my god, wait, how are you
Gabby,
doing that?
Gabby, do it. No, you have to start from the top. Wait, we need a red key card though.
Wait, how did you do that?
You just have to be really slow until you ride
Wait,
the
no.
wall.
You might not be able to ride this specific part, this pillar.
What?
That specific pillar has a bigger barrier than the rest of them.
Oh, you're right. You can go backwards, but not forwards.
Damn. I'm sorry, you guys.
No, it's not. It's not you, bro. Oh shit! So I died?
Hey yo, what?
Bro, I didn't even fall into the water. It like snatched me from the fucking height.
They said our high ground now. Dude, no, we have to find a red key card somewhere, even if we were to get to the end.
I'm trying to see if there's a red key card somewhere in the water, maybe? I don't see why you wouldn't be able to see it, though. I don't think it's inside of the water.
Are you dead, Ricky?
Yeah, no,
You're
I'm
dead,
I'm
right?
deceased.
Okay. Alright, careful, let's go.
How many lives do you have?
I think I have like 1, 2 or 1. We can't crouch while in the water, so... We need to find a key card though. Oh.
I'm gonna check
Back up a
all the
bit.
way at the beginning.
Wait, let's go back first. Wait, okay, we should just go straight.
What if the
Okay.
red key card is in the party room?
Oh, no shot, dude. There's no way we get that. You need 4 people to push all the buttons.
The party room?
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't even realize that existed.
Look at this hole. Oh, I don't know. There were 4 buttons, and
Yeah.
they were all across the room, right? Well, we couldn't press it. I don't. No, they like the buttons the buttons unclick instantly. The red door. Oh, I can't. I don't know what to do. Is there a red key card somewhere? If you die, Gabo, does your box respawn at the start? Alright, I'm gonna try adventuring a bit. And if I die, I'll spawn right there. Might as well, we have to get off soon.
Yeah.
I don't... Maybe there's a key card, like, along the sides of this pool? That we can, like, pick up?
Yeah, you had to do the party room.
Oh, I'm dead. I have a life left, apparently.
Wait,
But
is
I
the
have
monster
no
here?
clue. No. Wait, I can't... Oh.
Wait, where are you guys?
Wait. No, we're at the start of the radar room.
Oh yeah, you won't be able to pass without doing the party room.
Okay, so we should just get
Yeah,
off
you
here.
might as well get off. Yeah, the party room has a red key card.
Oh, that sucks.
I'm sure that there is a way.
Wait, those notes lie to us though, because like the dog doesn't do anything if you stare at it. 2, it told us not to go to the party area. Or to run away from red balloons.
Be intimidated. Let's check the hounds.
Should we just...
What happens?
The human dogs. Honestly, if like you can actually stare them down or something. Okay, so apparently if the hounds growl at you, you stare at them, they'll stop for a second.
Oh, and then that's when you run away?
That's when
Or
you
do
book
back
it,
away?
because they run faster than you apparently. So you take the second to LOS them.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going back to the party room real quick.
Oh,
just as-
I turned off the server.
I'm still in it for now. Okay, I'm out. Gibble.
Dang, apparently the office rooms is just the second level.
Oh shit.
At least we got there.
Wait, how many levels are there?
That's a good question.
Let me see. How many levels inside the bathroom?
4 levels.
Oh.
Yeesh.
Oh.
Gonna hit the farewell button on stream.
You what?
I'm gonna raid somebody on stream. Give me a second.
I bet.
Ooh. Okay, today was fun. The spinning the wheel was actually kind of crazy.
Alright, fam. It's time for me to hop off for the night.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for sure, dude.
Alrighty,
was fun.
thanks for playing. It's
Oh, yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
We finish this
Game.
sooner or later.
Yeah. Maybe in the daytime. Alright, y'all. Nighty night.
Good night.
All right, so, yeah, no, today's fun game. I mean, today's stream was pretty fun. I had a good time. At the beginning, I got to just clown out and do things that I normally wouldn't be able to do as a VTuber. That was really fun. And Backrooms was pretty fun, for the most part. For the most part, it was scary at the beginning for sure. It got less scary as we kept dying to the same monster over and over again. I'm gonna raid somebody. I have to raid somebody now. So, give me a second while I find somebody to raid. I will raid. Let's see if there's anybody playing inside the back rooms first, and then I will figure it out. I'm gonna raid Icarus Claire. Her name is Icarus Claire. Seems interesting. Alright, I'm gonna send it off. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you on this lovely face back to the face kind of stream. And we're gonna have more. I have to button. Icarus Claire. Icarus Claire. Alright. Thank you. I appreciate you. I love you. And I will see you next time. Bye. Oh wait, I have to wait 10 seconds. Okay, in 4 seconds, then I will read. Alright, thanks, bye. I love you.